ingredients than any leading shampoo.
Creamy lather. Beautiful body.
New hairdresser, dear.
No, new luster cream shampoo. And a very wise daughter.
Kids are impressionable. That's why here at this station, we watch the programs and commercials your child watches carefully. He may see bad guys, but not in the role of heroes. And he'll learn that crime doesn't pay. Because your child's welfare is our concern, too. That's part of our code. The code of the National Association of Broadcasters for television and the greater public interest.
This flat tire needs a man, but when there's no man around, when there's no man around, Goodyear should be. Why? Watch this. New Goodyear Double Eagle carries its own spare inside. Lifeguard safety spare. A tire in a tire. Keeps on going. Next time, give her a second chance.
Lynch took off at 7:45 a.m., flew 2,949 miles, made 3 stops. And most of the trip still lies ahead. Now there are schedules to check, flight reports to make, a quick supper with friends before turning in. Next morning, on the go again at 6:15. Then St. Louis, Cincinnati, finally New York. Glamour job. Mary Ann has made dozens of runs like this, served hundreds of hot meals, greeted thousands of new people. It all demands a lot of charm and works out to a lot of Coke. Does Coca-Cola have the taste you never get tired of? Do we mean it when we say Coke is always refreshing? Is things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke just a slogan? Write Miss Mary Ann Lynch, Trans World Airlines, Box 7144, St. Louis, Missouri. She'll tell you.
Coca-Cola has the taste you never get tired of. Always refreshing. That's why things go better with Coke after Coke after Coke.
the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor. In the dull and commonplace occurrences of day-to-day living, one thing stands out as a completely unique experience. Colt 45 malt liquor.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls wild. I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Let's go. I make them hot. I make them shiver. They just get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like they're raw and real. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a US champ. I'm not a fucking chump. That mic flip though. Eat your heart out, girls. Hands off the merchandise. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Welcome everybody to another edition of the Pocket Locker Podcast. We do in fact have the late night crew here. Sam is in the building. Sam, what are you doing, bud? Is this not you? It's your blanket. This blanket is in my goddamn way, buddy. All right, my main man, Jewish Space Laser, is in the house, and he is projecting the nebula on the wall. The Refiner's Fire is here. The One Hit Wonder is here. And, of course, the sexiest title in the history of the United States Championship, that being good old Liberty Bell herself, is in the goddamn building. Now, folks, Uncle Bobby is preparing to travel. I don't know where the hell he's going, but he's probably hopping on a plane somewhere to catch COVID. Kidding. Wish him all the best. Happy travels, safe trip, all that good stuff. So, yeah, we had to reschedule the blackout for next week. But trust me, folks, we've got a fucking banger for you next week. Some real coonery that we need to go over with Uncle B. So be sure next week at 1 p.m. Eastern, you're ready to go for the blackout with Gin and Truth on YouTube. Now, links are in the description. If you're not already subscribed to Gin and Truth, please do. Also, subscribe to my One Black Friends channel. He should be in here about 3:30 or so that we can do hot program. And, I think we've got a good program lined up for that show. So excited about that. And, we're going to relax a little bit. We got the pre-show to do. So first thing let's just relax. We're going to hang out. I want to play some Pinochle before hot program. At least that's the game plan as of right now. Let's go ahead and jump straight into our communion, actually, just so that we have a little bit of extra playing time. Might sneak an extra hand in there or something. All right, y'all. Y'all already know the drill. It's motherfucking Sunday. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. We're gonna have to play some. We're gonna have to catch a vibe first because it's Sunday. It's Sunday. We should do this right. Let's go ahead, catch a vibe. I'm going. Let's go BVVW. Boom. Done. I can't science, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the science that I seen online.
I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gonna ride for life. The problem really is bad bitch first wife.
Oh, I want to show me who's first. Come on.
Hold up, my wife for your bad bitch. Hold up. But the ones on the gram got perfect titties and asses. My girl, she loyal and lavish. She ain't showing off her assets just to level up her status. If she did, it wouldn't matter. She do her, and I do me. I met a shorty through a link.
Now we're linking for some drinks.
Conversation kind of big, and first day, last day was in the basement. On some MySpace top 8 shit. Headshots her favorite. The lust ain't gonna save us. Headed home to my main chick. Yeah, she might do some complaining.
Yeah, I got YouTube up first.
Chick who stuck on herself and she brainless.
That is a wild YouTube
the same way. Don't got no time for the games, baby. We getting no fucking lame shit. But tonight I'm gonna try.
I don't have the Sam cam up because I'm using my phone today, YouTube phone. I gotta get another device for him.
The problem really is bad bitch first wife. I can't sing, but tonight I'm gonna try. She got all the things that I seen online, but the one that I'm with gon' ride for life.
Melody Joy was second.
Bad bitch first wife. Bad bitch first wife. Bad bitch first wife.
And Paulie B was third. Appreciate you. $250,000.
Bad bitch first wife. She know she the wife. She know she a bad bitch. We do this shit nightly. Make movies like Spike Lee. Take trips so you know that we sightsee.
Oh yeah, and it's standards over here.
Don't even need diamonds and I cut off my side chicks. For her, I cut off my side chicks.
Yeah, I'll put up the Sam cam this week. I gotta bring his stand back in here too.
That's why she gets spoiled. But love, just keep us in love.
I move all that stuff out because I gotta work on that Avita Ed video. So studio's kind of in like an in-between state, halfway between what it needs to look like for recording and halfway what it looks like for streaming. But I think because Rob said he's gonna order the stand, we got that. Y'all be forgetting I got a 75-inch screen nobody's ever seen, but we ordered the stand for it, so hopefully we'll see that this week. let's do communion and then I'll actually show you guys what's up. All right, y'all. Everybody, y'all should know the routine by now. If you're new, that's all right. We're going to show you how to do this. All right. Please raise your glasses and hold on to your asses. Through him, with him, in him, in the unity of the flying man. All glory and honor is yours who flight for our sins forever and ever. You may drink. I'm definitely feeling the spirits. Good job, alcohol. All right, gang. Here is our communion song. We're going with the cheer song. It just is what it is.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. Taking a break from all your worries sure would help a lot. Wouldn't you like to get away? Sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, all those nights when you got no lights and the check is in the mail, and your little angel hung the coward by its tail. Your third fiancé didn't show. Well, sometimes you wanna go where everybody knows your name, and you're always glad they came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. Well, you get out of bed and the coffee's dead. The morning isn't looking bright. You shrink right off to Europe and he doesn't even write. Your girlfriend says she's not a girl. Be glad there's one place in the world where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name. You wanna be where you can see troubles are all the same. You wanna go where everybody knows your name.
Boy, Vance.
Great. All right, gang. Let's switch on over here. So yeah, actually, believe it or not, I have a TV like this, right? And it's 75 inches, and you just don't understand how big this fucking screen is, y'all. It's like we ordered it. We knew they said 75 inches, but when they bring it, it's like, that shit big. Anyway, we're finally ordering a stand for it. I've had the shit for a while now, but y'all haven't seen it because it needs to be put on a stand. Like, it's so big, I can't move it myself. I can't mount it myself. So it has to go on this big cart. That big cart has to be, heavy duty on wheels. So we just ordered like a $220 some odd cart for it. And then we're going to mount it, and then I can finally bring it into the shot. I also have a Behringer X32 rack. Yeah, we have this digital mixer also and a rack for it, and I haven't put this in yet either. So our final versions of the Avita Ed video, we'll need to use this video, this thing, this camera. Y'all know about this camera we got, right? We got this Canon. It's not the one I'm using right now. But we got basically the same camera Derek got. We got the same version. We got the same camera Derek got. Derek's has a little bit longer of a recording limit, and mine has a little bit higher resolution still photos. But yeah, it's considered one of Canon's like best cameras ever. I think Derek got this one, that's the cinema camera, and I got a bundle off Amazon. But anyway, super nice camera. Really, really grateful for mine. Mine was like 4 something too. I want another one, man. They're really great. Yeah. So they're a little bit different in terms of the recording limit. But anyway, I'm super happy about all my gear. Thanks to Rob, my teaching mentor, getting me this gear. But yeah, our studio is about to get a major upgrade. Major upgrade. Can't wait. YouTube Punk and I, we still gotta get the set. I'm gonna show y'all what we're gonna get going. We still gotta get the set going. So Jimmy Snow, y'all know, a lot of y'all know Jimmy Snow. His current setup, right? Like, I don't know if this is current. Yeah, 6 days ago. It should be pretty current. But I don't know if they're not showing the studio.
Do you not believe God is a word?
Yeah, Jimmy Snow moved. His new studio is basically like, it's the same type deal, right? All right, here we go. Videos. What's this one? Right? So this is what he's doing, right? He's got a black curtain back here, monitor. Everybody gets this mic. I want to get this mic too. It's a SM7B. Sure. It's like a $500 microphone. And then he's got this huge screen behind him, right? So that's kind of the vibe we're going for, where we're just gonna have this huge ass fucking TV. We can use it either like me sitting in front of it, or I'm gonna put it over here and I can do like certain side shots and then have it behind me or display stuff on it. It's just gonna be super cool. But yeah, we're getting pro, baby. Jimmy Snow, you about to ain't good. You ain't gonna have shit on the Pocket Locker studio. And of course, we want to get our set in the backdrop. We're trying to get our own version of the David Pakman set. What does David Pakman's set look like? Actually, I've already looked up his set, so it's easier to just do it directly. Images. So we're going to get a set like this. Obviously, he has the same set as Sam Cedar. It's really just an IKEA backdrop with these tiles fixed. YouTube Punk, we got to figure out how to get these colored tiles, baby. But yeah, so then we'll get our own version of this, fill that out. Man, our shit gonna look right, yo. Our shit gonna be looking nice. Nice. All right. Very excited. All right, now let's get into some... Actually, should leave that alone.
Word?
Yeah, let's just leave that alone. All right, y'all, let's get in here, and that's for Uncle Bobby for next week. That's the cafe. Nobody's called in. All right, AR is in here with me. AR, can you hear me? I don't know if AR is unmuted and gather. Yeah, we're going to melt some snow, baby. AR, you can hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound good.
All right, nice. All right, cool. Let me share my screen back here. I don't know which screen to share. I guess Myron bots. And then let me change over. All right, gang, let's get up some... Let's get up some ambiance. And then we'll get into this game. All right, so first thing I want to do... Damn, it's 2 o'clock already. I want to show y'all how to count cards, how to count aces in Pinochle. I'm going to show y'all how I do it. It's a good skill. The things you should be counting as you play through a Pinochle hand are your aces, and sometimes people say trump and points in trump. I'm going to start with the aces and work my way up. All right. Hang on. First, I need a sound bed. Yeah, it's just a little too quiet in here for me. Boom. There's some tapists. A little fireplace crackle. All right. All right. A little ambiance ready to go. And then I want to smoke before I start playing real quick. I'm only going to have like an hour or so to play. That's fine. Joe Biden turns 80 today. Congratulations, Joe Biden. Let's, I don't know. We need to find something to put on while I do that. Whoa. Let's watch this. I was watching this guy's sentencing. This is crazy. They had to wheelchair his ass in the court. Yo, this motherfucker was acting wild in the court. Wild. If y'all know Darryl Brooks, he's the shooter from like a Christmas Day parade. That shit was crazy. Look at this fool. This how much he was acting out in court, y'all. I was thinking of this when I saw his sentencing. I was like, he was acting out so much. I wonder why they didn't restrain him, but they did.
This is State of Wisconsin versus Darrell Brooks Jr., case 20 CF 2550.
That shit.
Also calling 21 CF 4596.
That shit crazy. That shit crazy, y'all. All right. Is Jordan Peterson being purposely deceptive when it comes to God and the Bible? AR, have you seen this?
I saw a little bit of it just a little while ago.
What do you think? What's your cold call? Jordan Peterson being purposely deceptive?
Probably that, or he's just, too far up his own ass.
I think a lot of this just comes down to social ties, right? It's like they're just dancing this line.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wants to get a good look at all the Christians, that's where all the money's at,
I mean, he's not the type of person going to give you an unequivocal answer about it. So that should tell you something.
All right,
there.
Welcome back to Mythvision Podcast.
This is Nate. This is what
Nathan from Digital.
This is what James was talking about.
For those who don't know,
yeah.
go subscribe to his YouTube channel. Let me do you a favor here and pop this in the chat for everybody tuning in. Last night, let me inform you what happened last night. Last night I had a dream. No. Last night I was, getting decompressed from the day, from the week of recording courses with Richard Carrier, and man, I was exhausted. And I was scrolling through YouTube. I got this recommended video, and this recommended video was about Jordan Peterson. Now, I've seen hit or miss. I usually avoid the politics stuff, especially from him. But it's like hit or miss, right? Once in a while, you see something he says. You see, holy shit, Mohammed Hijab is interviewing Jordan Peterson. Yeah. What's this about? Or you see something like that, and you're like, what is this about? And, of course, get ready for, like, gymnastics language and philosophy.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That is it right there.
Sorry to interrupt, but I don't know if you ever saw the Dawkins interview as well. When Richard
the
Dawkins,
psychedelics interview.
Raised.
Did you see this,
Jordan,
AR?
Like I saw a little bit of this.
So there's
a little bit of
clip
it.
of you.
I do nobody who can watch these 3-hour broadcasts.
About taking psychedelics and seeing DNA. And
right.
surely
I mean,
you can't
anybody
be
that makes the broadcast
and Jordan
longer
just
than 2 hours
goes
hates
full
you.
mask off, and it's like, yes, seriously, when people take psychedelics, they can see into DNA. This is what the ancients saw, and it's like, what?
Very, like you said, Jungian, and there's people in the chat who see he's very Jungian. I feel weird.
It doesn't mean anything.
But like he is esoteric to the core.
Yeah, that's the word.
That's the proper word of using. Is he's so esoteric to me? It's really like what you feel is true. Okay, and like if you can't quite put words on what it is, he does his best. It's like perception and all experience is beyond what we can ultimately put our finger on, and that is, of course, we're getting it into the ultimate. What God is to him is like the highest goal of which you achieve or try to acquire in your existence. Now, those words alone, I've already lost half our audience and gone like, what do you even mean?
Right.
And it's like,
yeah, right.
It's like
it's really like a Christian. It's a version of Christian spiritualism.
Lady who is an atheist, and
Rebecca Goldstein.
This was on Unbelievable.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Susan Blackmore, I think.
You would know better than I would. And the question was, can we live a purposeful life without God or something like this? Yeah. She goes, absolutely.
Yes, there you go.
And then just looks over and is like, next question. And he goes, absolutely not. God is the chief goal of which you acquire. Like, you have now redefined the essence of God. What this baggaged claim even means, you've now redefined.
Yes.
And this is something I think we're going to get into as we discover more.
That's one of the things that Alex raised in his video, which we're obviously going to talk a little bit about today. I guess one thing I want to say up front about Peterson is, I mean, obviously I think he's like above like a standard deviation or so, at least above average intelligence.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I hate this. I don't know what this means, but I genuinely want to say, and some of what I'm going to say is going to sound elitist or arrogant, and so be it. As someone who is genuinely high IQ, gifted, whatever, right? Tested my whole life, right? Tested, scholar, everything you could want to prove it, you will have, right? And a genuine scholar, right? That's my career, chosen career path. I don't think this is right to do to people. Because, hey, can you still hear me? Just mute out. Yeah, I can still hear you. Okay. Yeah. Because it's like I don't think he's that smart. I don't think he's that smart. I just think the bar, and I don't know what this means. Like, am I saying Jordan Peterson? Because I don't know what I'm saying, AR, and I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying to you, right? I'm saying something about this man and the way we perceive his intelligence is fucking off, right?
Yeah. I don't think he's smart at all.
Yeah, so what I'm saying,
really
like,
good at throwing words out.
Yeah, so I'm not saying I don't think he would get an impressive score on an IQ test. Like, I don't know that he would. You already see what I'm saying? I haven't seen it, and I'm not going to give. I certainly wouldn't give. I'm not going to put you in the 150 club till I see it, right? But it's like something's off here.
Yeah.
So either we faking the funk and he really ain't as smart as we think he is, or he's this other thing, almost like I said with Doug, where you're high IQ, low EQ, low social intelligence. There's something else off, right? Because I'm around a lot of people. A lot of people in this community are super high IQ, right? And a lot of people in academia are super high IQ, and they're really smart people. But there's a certain consistency that comes with people hoisting that on you. Like, it's almost like a certain responsibility, right? And it'd be very, imagine if there was somebody who, like, I'm trying to put this in like a different domain. So maybe like Uncle Bobby's domain, right?
Yeah.
Where there are people like Uncle Bobby who are self-defense instructors on a very practical level. I have to teach people how to fucking defend themselves in a real way, right? Like, an assumption that they actually might be attacked by someone trying to rape them, right? I also am a 7th degree black belt in Kaji Kenpo and have been in like the prestigious kumites and fighting events against elite fighters. How'd you get your 5th degree black belt, Uncle Bobby? Yeah, they tried to kill me. Right? Right? And then you have this other person come along and they're really good at what? Kung fu movies. Right? Like a certain type of quote-unquote martial art that anybody who's serious about martial arts know real people don't use that in real fights ever. And I'm not sitting on Kung Fu, but whatever it is, right? It's a movie martial art discipline. I don't want to throw any, I'm not a martial artist, but y'all know what I'm saying, right? We're going to say some phony, show-only, can't fight your way out of a paper bag with it martial art, right? And then we're trying to have this discussion, and we got the Uncle Bobbies of the world up against the pseudo martial artists.
I'm taking the gloves off.
Yeah, we're taking the gloves off, right? And they're sitting up there talking about, well, I don't know what to say, but this person does have a significantly higher than average combat IQ. Well, then why are they in like the praying mantis stance instead of teaching me something that's gonna work? And so I'm not even so mad that people think Jordan Peterson is smart. I get it. People who use big words, people are going to think you're smart or whatever. But I'm more pointing it out as a critique because I think it forms as a point of intimidation. It's almost like a way of saying, well, you may disagree with Jordan Peterson, but you got to acknowledge he's smart and probably smarter than you. So let's get that out here before we critique this man. Before we say anything critical about Jordan Peterson, let's acknowledge he's probably the smartest man in the room, right? And I'm like, no, let's not do that. Right? Right? Like, because he's sitting on some willfully ignorant bullshit.
Yeah.
Now, either he ain't smart enough to realize that he's full of shit, in which case, I'm not putting him in the fucking Genius Magnus Club. Right? Or he is pretty smart, smarter than the average bear, right? But not smarter than the average, above average bear. In other words, he's smart enough to make idiots think he's really smart, but people who are genuinely really intelligent see right through his bullshit all day, every day. And apparently, he's not smart enough to realize he's been super exposed that way. Again, not enough evidence to put you in the super genius club, right? Really smart people are what? aware of other people that are smarter and they don't want to be exposed. And right, so you do things the right way because, you know, when you write a paper with Rich Lenski, you write your shit together because you know if your shit's off, he's smart as shit and he's published hundreds of papers. He's going to call your shit out and be like, yeah, this is off, this is off, this is off, this is off. So you come correct, right? Because you know somebody's going to be able to call you on your shit. Mm-hmm. So you run around here acting like nobody can call you on your shit. Meanwhile, there's a cottage industry of calling you on your shit. Sorry, you're just not a brilliant person. Sorry, you're just not.
You're just good at articulating, like a very good orator, like a very
Take
good resolution as well. Like he's brilliant at putting things together, very creative as well. He's well educated and fairly well read. I mean, I dislike cases where I see him as kind of like
YouTube punk said smarter doesn't mean right. That's a good way to think about it too. He could just be super smart and super wrong simultaneously. It's just normally the sign of high intelligence is you tend to not be incorrect as much. So it's pretty odd to be super smart and then make a career out of a thing you're wrong about. But it's definitely possible, right?
Historical figures to weave a kind of narrative, but because he's so broad, he's familiar with so much stuff, like broadly, he's great at pulling that all together in like a creative way, putting it together. And I think that that's what's so attractive. I mean, like I used to be a member of his audience, right? That was what originally got me into Christianity. I think that's what's so attractive to people is the brilliant sort of storytelling that he can do, marrying together kind of like evolutionary science, psychology, and these like religious stories as well in a way that's like palatable to people, especially when people want some sort of certainty or they want to have some kind of foundations to rest, like maybe like cultural values or whatever that they have on if they're not sure about quite how to be a person. Well, Peterson can sell that and connect all these dots to historical philosophers and the Western canon and institutions and stuff. And he's good at doing that and speaking in that way. I mean, we'll get into criticisms of it, but I mean, I think that's a positive thing, or like to his credit, maybe to say.
Yeah. Well, real quick, you did a video. You have more than one channel?
Well, I've got like a personal. The Late Night with Nathan Ormond one is ran by someone who, like, I'm fine with them doing it and stuff, but it's not ran by me. But they're doing clips.
Okay, what about where's the Jordan Peterson? You did one that I saw.
Even on Rationality Rules, James Fodor and I, we have our Bad Apologetics series, and we did a special episode on Jordan Peterson. So that's about 10 hours, I think, of us going through like Peterson's take.
Now this thing is a bit weird to me because and again, I'm with it too. I think at one point Lena was thinking about doing a channel of clips from my channel because my streams are sort of long, and if there was a clips channel, that might be something that could help promote the channel and the community, and I could sort of circular reference and stuff like that. And I'm all about that, and I'm also just about people having clips, sending me clips. And also, I think maybe what I'm going to do is change the security access to the Pocket Locker channels because I do need more help from mods. And I think if I just make it so, the mods that I trust the most have passwords and stuff and can create playlists and upload clips and shit like that, it'd be really helpful. But in this sense of Nathan has this channel where somebody else is running it, but it's not him. It was really interesting because this whole week with all this Doug shit going on, Nate's one of the people I feel like is in a weird position with all of this. Because a lot of us like Nate, but the Doug shit's kind of come to a head. And I think even though Nathan's tried to kind of set Doug straight about it, I think, Doug's clearly really important to him. So I think he's kind of softballed it and maybe dropped the ball himself on it a couple times. And then what's weird is like that Late Night with Nathan or whatever channel clipped a bunch of that stuff and made a video about it. And it almost seemed like I don't know, from watching it on that channel, it almost felt like they were coming out stronger against Doug than Nate was. Right? Because the title of that stream was like Doug 1350s, which I didn't even know what that was, but apparently it's like a racist dog whistle thing. So the title of their stream is like calling out Doug for this thing, right? And then they're playing the clips of like me interacting with Doug on Doug's channel, Doug on Nitty's channel, and like they're kind of playing through the footage of the, Doug's coming out party, so to speak, right? And it's just weird to say, right? Because you hear Nathan say it on this channel. That's not me. It's somebody else. I don't have a problem with it though, right? But then it's weird because now I'm like, well, that channel, now that I'm reflecting on this, actually seems to be taking a stronger stance about some of your shit than you do. And so now it's interesting because I now think it's a good enough prompt to ask him now, well, where are you really at on all of this? Because, it seems like you came to hold Doug accountable, but kind of softly, and it doesn't seem like your arrangement with Doug has changed any. And at the same time, man, it really seems like some of these channels, even associated with your clips, are recognizing the need for him to really be called out, right? So where are you at on this? So I'm saying it's cool, Nate, and I get it. It's not his channel, right? But it is going to put him in an interesting spot. It'd be like if Lena did the clips channel, but most of the clips she pulled were like anti-fascism, and it made it look like I was super anti-fascism, right? And then people came to me, and I was like, well, I think a lot of people that certain people claim are fascists are just misunderstood, and I'm not sure if fascism's really the right tactic to achieve their political goals, but, right? Now, that wouldn't really happen. I'd be like, that channel's run by Lena, it's one of my good friends, and I'm absolutely as anti-fascist as the creator, and I'm really glad that they've been able to succinctly extract my anti-fascist highlights in a way that really highlight, right? You know what I'm saying? I'd be like, yes, please seal in the flavor. I'd be like, right? But this is just interesting. And again, I don't know. The other thing I just thought of that's interesting is Derek's place in all this. Because let's be clear, Derek ain't got nothing to do with all of this, right?
Yeah, he just kind of got.
But I wonder how he feels. Well, yeah, because I mean, he's friends with Doug or whatever. But I'm not even thinking that. What I'm really thinking about is his Robert Price shit. So Derek goes through this thing with Robert Price where Robert Price starts saying some crazy shit that absolutely everybody knows ain't got shit to do with Derek. God damn it, I'm kind of spoiling shit I need to talk about my one black friend, but it came up. All right, so now I'm just thinking about it. We'll bring it up with him too. Right, but nevertheless, Derek gets the heat. Right? They're going, Derek, you can't keep having this guy on. Now the truth is, maybe unbeknownst to Derek or only peripherally to Derek's awareness, Robert Price has been on this weaponized shit on social media for years. Right? So it was news to us, but it wasn't news to anybody who had been following Robert Price for any length of time. So now Derek goes through the emotional whole song and dance, right? At first, it's like, I'm hurt by the things Robert Price has done, but I'm not going to take him off my show because he's been too important to me. Wait, thought about it, changed my mind. I can't have him on here anymore because this is my bottom line. And, the whole thing, right? And now they're kind of doing whatever, maybe healing some of the personal stuff, but not airing stuff together. So now I'm wondering, well, how does he feel? Because if I were in Derek's position, right, I'd be saying, wait, whoa, hold up. If Robert Price jumped the shark, and all the scholars and fans and community came to me and said, I can't have him on anymore. This is too serious. He's gone too far. And I had to, have this whole breakdown on camera and stop, quote unquote, platforming one of my closest friends and mentors. but Doug actually does this shit openly on his own channel. If I'm Derek, I'm kind of like, whoa, some of y'all gotta cut y'all ties or make sure there's some consequences as far as broadcast concerned. Because otherwise, you held me to a standard with Robert Price that you're not holding yourself to with Doug. Do you see what I'm saying? Because Doug's done the full Robert Price. No doubt about it, right? The full Robert Price. He's made his own streams. He set up a second political channel. He apologized for LGBT, anti-race, the vaccine can kill you, full-on apologist for January 6th, right? Wasn't that bad? Mike Pence's life wasn't in real danger, on and on and on. On and on to day before election, the most murders are committed in Democrat-run cities by black people. Vote red, right? Now, at what point do we say that is the full Robert Price? Is it not? AR, what you think? Seems like it, right? Like, yeah, it seems like it. So I just think it'd be interesting to see if Derek thinks, why are people in Doug's network treating it like that?
Takes on various topics. So there's a religion section in there which is like a couple of hours long. But we talk about like a bunch of his political claims. So these are like including like climate change denialism, for example, or takes around like LGBT issues. But also like historical claims that he makes. So he makes claims, for example, like about the Nazi Party being atheist, which just isn't true. You know, like the Nazi belt buckle had Gott mit uns, imprinted on it. There was a church that was managed by the Reich and stuff like that. But he uses lots of these sort of, like either the political claims or the historical claims and things like that to sort of build together this whole worldview. Right. Where then it's like there's the call to action of, and now here's the problem that we face in our lives, right? And it builds on all that story. And so I think it's important to address all those things. And that's what we... Yeah.
Absolutely. And I'm glad you guys do. And there's that video he did 2 Muslims and then he did 2 Christians. And if you notice the rhetoric he did in these videos, because I watched a couple of those, he's like trying to get them on his side, even while he's criticizing, trying to be like this. And he's starting from this I'm looking down kind of view. Like I have
like I'm the enlightened one. Yeah.
I'm the enlightened one and you're not. And then he's correcting people he isn't even a part of to tell them how they should do. Then turns around, right? And he goes, we have a common enemy.
Yeah.
And this is what really gets me is Alex Connor's recent video, which if you have not watched, I put it in the description. I highly recommend you check out Alex Connor, which is Cosmic Skeptic.
The Cosmic Skeptic is all the Christian apologists call him. If you watch like Capturing Christianity or William and Craig, they would go, The Cosmic Skeptic.
Yeah, well, Cosmic Skeptic did a bombshell of an episode here.
It's 43 minutes. I'm actually interested in checking it out, so maybe we'll check it out either later or in Gather or something.
Yeah. And it's his latest, greatest. He did one of my favorite ones he's done, in my opinion, deconstructing Jordan Peterson on religion. He's super patient. He lets you really get what is being said. Because sometimes you can get lost listening to Jordan Peterson. In fact, I think we'll get lost listening to him today. Right? Yeah, that's the goal. I feel like that's why I titled this the way that I did.
Right.
Philip White, thank you for
again, guys, I want to, you guys, it always comes down to let's beat up on a religion because that's the foundation of this nonsense. But this is what happens to people in church. Catholics are very explicit about it, evangelicals less so. But church is all about the mystery. Yeah. Now, here's the thing. You walk in believing some bullshit that should never be believed, probably weakly, and at least holding on to it because you're claiming to. What am I getting at? Even the most devout Christians doubts whether a virgin birth is possible. I don't care how much of a Christian you were, me, anybody that was going to be a minister, anybody that is a minister, I don't give a fuck. You have some doubt as to whether or not that's the case, right? So now I'm not going to be able to spin you up a narrative in church to make you walk out of church going, oh yeah, virgin births are probable. So what I have to literally do is get you to invest in the mystery. I have to get you to sort of say certain things, but understand that it's a mystery. So I need you to say, yeah, Christ was born to a virgin, and he turned water into wine, and he died for my sins, and he rose again for the dead, and he shall come again and judge the living and the dead. Right? Now, here's the key. Like, you're not gonna leave here with the factual, historical, evidentiary reason to buy into that, right? What you need is like an emotional connection to the mystery so that you buy into the value of the narrative. And so what they're touching on here is this is what happens with the Trumps, with the Jordan Petersons. Once you have a person primed in that way of thinking, there then become other areas of life where it's easy to impress them if you simply get them essentially to mystery. And that's what Jordan Peterson's able to tap into. Like I say, it's a form of Christian mythicism, right? It's like, or mysticism rather, like the sort of veneration of that which is mysterious. So he's not going to be able to go, I believe in God, yes, Jesus is the one, he dies, because then he wouldn't be high-minded intellectual, right? So he comes to you for the intellectual mysteries. Well, God is the highest purpose to which that we can conceive of and therefore strive to, because once we no longer strive, we are dead inside. Right? And then it's just like, and then you're like, oh, yeah, that's some good shit, right? And it's the same thing the preacher does to you. It's getting you to go, oh, I don't quite get it, but that's why it's great. You know, it doesn't make any sense, but that's what's fucking awesome, is that it because they're looking to go beyond the logical, because that gives them the same tap they get from the sermons.
Being a Jordan Peterson
fan, hit rather, right? It taps into the same emotions, right? The same serotonin, whatever the chemical, hit that they get, the fix, the Jesus fix.
Mythvision, I really appreciate that. Because maybe people can
Mythvision is jealous of Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, Mythvision is jealous.
Probably got a hot wife and a fucking mansion and a really nice bank account. That's what you're referring to. But this is the funny thing that I don't think people get about certain lifestyles. It's such a huge sacrifice, I don't think it's worth it. Yeah. Like when I see Christians in their beautiful 3-car garage homes and their admittedly gorgeous wives and beautiful children and, working 50, 60 hours a week, or in this case of the YouTubers, having this huge influence, I don't want their life at all. And I honestly feel bad for them. And somebody should have told them, you could rock with between, I don't know, 45 and 70K and be straight and not sell your soul and things will be fine. You know what I mean? Like, just somebody should have kicked it to him real talk. Like, you're not gonna live in a mansion, you're not gonna drive a new Mercedes, but literally, like, the marginal gains, like, nobody gives a shit. You know what I mean? If you're a good-looking person, you're going to hook up with a good-looking person. If you're successful type, you're going to be successful. If you're cool, you'll be cool. Like, selling your soul for these marginal improvements, it's just not worth it to me. Just really not. I really don't envy these people, right? Other than the occasional, those aesthetics are nice, Oh, yeah. I could use the extra space and the extra babe, if
Jordan
you will.
Peterson. So in that video, he really picks apart how Jordan is treating biblical questions. This is something that I highlight, right? He goes into a lot more than this, but in this video, there are things like, listen, did the Exodus happen? Now, if I ask you, Nathan, I'm going to ask you this question. We're going to play along, and you're going to answer it like you really would. All right.
Yeah.
Do you believe that the Exodus really happened historically?
Not as recorded as the Bible in any way. Could there have been maybe some sort of historical events that might be loosely connected to that? Maybe. It's not like something I'm really an expert in, but definitely, like, did the Red Sea part? No. Were they chased out of Egypt? Were a million slaves or whatever chased out of Egypt?
Thank you guys. We just reached 100 messages for the day with the restream, so appreciate all you guys. And I just gave everybody $1 million pocket change.
Egypt by the army. No, I don't think that happened. So pretty much, I would say then the biblical story is false.
Yeah, in terms of historical,
Yeah.
are there truths? In that's a whole different question,
Right.
by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
So he gets asked this question, and Alex Connor does a fabulous job of exposing this. And the answer, I've never heard anyone ever in my life, dude, do what I've seen Jordan Peterson do with this question. I want to find it actually. If we
is it the what do you mean by? Is it that one?
Not that one. No,
okay.
but we're gonna get into
How's
this.
your
So
business?
I'm
All in
paying
one
you,
place
Connor.
for just $1 per month.
With
me.
let's search this. This is gonna get fun. I think we got Gnostic Informant in the chat. Neil,
All right, guys.
hop on, man.
I want to explain my Pinochle thing to you guys. So, but I'm trying to let them get to at least a clip or so.
Pajau, who appears to have had a huge impact on Peterson's thinking.
We can't perceive an is without a hierarchy.
This is one of those yes men you were talking about, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this idea actually comes from John Vervaeke. So John Vervaeke is a cognitive scientist, assistant professor at University of Toronto. I emphasize that not to be a douchebag, but just because sometimes people in that circle inaccurately claim that he's the head of the department of psychology to sort of build up his profile or something. And so he's got this thing he calls relevance realization, which I'm a little bit dubious of, because it borrows some terms from computer science, and there's a lot of metaphor involved. I'm not quite sure how tightly the analogy actually holds.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, he uses this thing, and the idea is it's to do with how you pick out salient features of the world, and it's meant to be this problem of general AI, right? So if you're engineering a system, how do you pick out general features of the world? And the idea is that, well, humans have this problem as a system because we pick out features of the world as well.
I think maybe I should cut this then, skipping ahead a little, because Jordan makes it fun.
Sorry, yeah, you want to talk about the values thing and how that ties into God.
Yeah, he's talking about how you could pick apart a glass. He goes into this quite extensively, and then listen to him describe it, right? He's trying to say value judgments, and how do we look at a cup? It's got many details to it, but we still just call it a cup. We've grouped it into all of these different details that we can get lost in, and many artists do. They'll spend months in the details, the intricate details and stuff with their OCD and whatnot on certain things, and that's needed for some people. But most people just categorize something a cup. I don't want to get lost in that because 99% of people go to sleep on that kind of question.
Fine.
It's irrelevant to the point I'm trying to bring up today, I think, even though it's very significant if you really want.
All right, guys, check out that stream. I just wanted to play a little bit of it. I was actually trying to catch a smoke break, and it pulled in more of my attention than I expected it to. But I think the answer is yes. I've always thought the answer is yes. I think Jordan Peterson is somebody who wants to dog whistle, for lack of a better expression, to the Christians, including the evangelicals. He's clearly on the right, and he just knows that their beliefs are intellectually untenable in any sort of serious way. So what he does instead is he just hits them with, all of this pseudo-psychological nonsense. I do not believe he's a genuine Christian in that sense. I think it's part of the grift.
Oh yeah.
Part of the larger social cultural milieu for him, and I think he's comfortable speaking to that in a way that he knows will keep him on the in-group as far as that audience is concerned.
Oh yeah.
Without having to acknowledge that he sees himself as part of, a sort of intellectual class that's outgrown traditional faith. I see. What is he? What does I see? Just shut Jay down. Who did that? Who's IC?
Oh,
Iron Charioteer?
Yeah, Charioteer, yeah.
How did he do that?
Oh, I missed the conversation.
Yeah, I don't know. But what's up, Iron Charioteer? I don't know. All right. All right, so here's what I want to show you guys. A lot of you guys are learning how to play Pinochle. I really appreciate it. I got a little bit of extra time today. So just because Uncle Bobby was not able to join us because of traveling. So before we start our program, let me just quickly review some of the changes we've got in here. If you want to come and get started, I'm going to work on an actual book, like a markdown book or something to help people learn Pinochle. It's going to be like, I don't know, like a Pinochle Bible or something you could think of it as. But for starters, you've got this Pinochle book. You go through here. When you want to learn Pinochle, you first play this tutorial game at World of Cards. It's very short. It probably takes you just a few minutes. Then you read over the play of the game here. This gives you a really good understanding of how the game works overall in a little bit more detail. Then we've got a playlist here. This is about a 10-minute read, I would say. Then we've got I think we measured this. It's about 15 to 20-minute playlist from a Pinochle expert going over some of the important things to think about as you go through a game of Pinochle. Then you go to Pinochle Classic. And the reason you do this, and it says this in the note, it tells you all this in the note, is that you can start a game, you can play it on easy. You can actually do this on any level, but it allows you to, you don't have to worry about bidding, but if you want, you can analyze your hand. This way you can you can just start bidding in the suggested range if you want, or you can just pass all the time. When you're first learning the game, it's considered acceptable to pass all the time. It will hurt you in the sense that you won't be taking bids and that won't help you win. But, you know, it's considered fine when you're playing against a computer and learning. Anyway, you can do this, you can pass. When you're first learning to meld, one of the things you can do is just take time now to read and understand everyone's meld. You won't have, when you play online with people, everything's on the clock, so it gets faster. But this way you can take your time. Everything's really nice and laid out. And then importantly, when you start to play, there are these hints. So for instance, I know here I should actually take this book with this ace. So I should play the ace of clubs, but I can then check the hint, boom, and it hints, it's telling me to play the ace of clubs. And so this is a really good way when you're first starting to learn. There are judgment calls in Pinochle, so there will be times when you make a call that would have been perfectly fine, but you'll know when you get there. But this is how you start, and it allows you to then, you know, guess and check. So right now it's going to tell me to play one of my other. You know what? I don't like the fact they told me to play the ace of clubs because this is one of those dumbass apps where they lead Trump. But don't worry about it. We'll deal with that later. The actual better thing to do would be to play at World of Cards. But they don't give you hints. You can play at Tricksters. They also lead Trump. It's just more of a rules-based strategy. Just to tell you guys real quickly, when you're playing Pinochle with real people, we save your Trump usually for the end. And you normally lead your other Trump. But anyway, just to make sure you understand the rules and what's playable and how to win tricks, right now it's probably going to tell me to play the ace of clubs. Oh, I hate that play, but whatever. We'll do it. But the point is this gives you hints. Now it's to start telling me to play my offsuit aces. All right, there we go. Ace of spades. Now you should spread them that way in case they get cut, but I don't know. We'll see if it does that. So it's another offsuit ace. No, it doesn't. But anyway, this is fine. Some of these other habits will pick up with you when you get a little bit more advanced. They're sort of intermediate things to think about. But yeah, the hints here are very useful, and they are actually legal, good plays. They're not bad plays. They're just plays you can think about differently once you get through the beginner phase. All right, see, that got cut. All right, cool. Interesting. So that's that. And then once you do that, you can start playing at Trickster Cards. and I practice here against the computer because this is the sort of app we'll use when we play, full games with each other. And you've got different modes here. Play will have you instantly join a game in progress. Join is how you create or join a game with friends. Practice is where you should do most of your stuff playing against the computer. And then you can they have a compete where you can play for and win chips. All right, now I'm just showing you how that works. What I'm here today to do is talk to the people that are kind of gotten through that and are getting the hang of the game and are ready to think about some of the intermediate skills. All right, and one of those is when we are playing through a hand, we normally count aces. So I'm going to show you the system I use so that you guys will know what's up. All right, so I'm going to click here to start with robots. I'm playing on World of Cards. I like playing the bots of World of Cards. They play the game better. Once you're through that, you should start playing on World of Cards because you'll see better play. For instance, they won't lead their trump aces unless they're trying to run trump. Even then, you would do that with the queen. All right, so let's go ahead and we'll first count our meld. No marriage, a marriage, so that's 2. No marriages, so that sucked because it would have been a run. All right, so I've only got this one marriage. Then we go to Pinochle, Queen of Spades, Jack of Diamonds. We have one, so that's 6. And then we look for our rounds. The only rounds we could have is, we go to the short suit first. So this one only has queens or jacks, so we can only have queens or jacks. We do have queens, that's 6. We don't have jacks. So we have 1 marriage, which is 2, Pinochle, which is 4, that's 6, and and queens, which is 6, which is 12, boom, 12 meld. All right, now this is not a very biddable hand. Why? I really don't have a strong trump. My only trump possible would be spades, and all I have is a marriage. I also have a short suit, it's only have 5. You really want to have, at least you want to have a run, right? So a run is 5, but ace 10, king, queen, jack, which is worth 15. And then you really want to be long in your trump. So this would have been a good trump blank, 2, 4, 6, 7. Usually 7 or 8 is considered a good trump. Longer the better. Now, my hearts would be a good trump suit. They're a vulnerable suit as it is because I'm long in them and I don't have a lot of winners. In other words, I only have 1 ace. But anyway, this isn't a really biddable hand, so what you mostly would do here is pass. I am to the left of the dealer, so I bid first. I am just going to, let me see. The only way is if I had aces. I do have 1, 2, 3. I don't have 4 aces or aces around, so we're just going to pass. Yep. I don't want to send my partner any power. All right, so who took the bid? MCP took the bid, so our opponents took the bid. 29 meld, the run. Now, you look over everybody's meld. Normally, you have to do this very quickly when you're playing with, real people. For our purposes, though, I'm not really here to talk about this too much, so let's not pay too much attention to this, actually, because I'm really just here to talk to you guys about counting aces. Now, here's how I do this. Different games have different setups. But I always, for now, use this setup. Clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. You can think of it as C, D, S, H. Now, let me show you something. You go to Trickster. You start playing Pinochle. You can see my screen back there, AR? Trickster's beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. All right, so let's say I practice. I go with my rules. Boom. All right. You'll notice that normally, actually, if you sort your hand, in your settings, like we normally sort a Pinochle hand, which is high cards to the left, it will actually put your suits in hearts, spades, diamonds, clubs, which is actually backwards, right? I want my suits clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. So what's interesting is that when I'm in Trickster, I actually have my cards sorted with the high card to the right. In other words, Jack, Queen, King, 10, Ace. This is the opposite of the way they're sorted in World of Pinochle. And normally, anytime you sort a Pinochle deck, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. You just have to sort them, and then you have to do it by suit. You have to sort them in order, and then you need to do it by suit. But I would say the way I was taught, and probably most people are taught, is with the high cards to the left. Ace, 10, King, Queen, Jack, and then by suit. And then alternate colors, red, black, red, black. I use 4 colors because, again, Pinochle, and if anybody wants to know what to think about with ever preferring 2 colors versus 4 colors, yes, we are being uber card nerds right now. But welcome to the motherfucking Pinochle Lounge. What the fuck you think it was going to be in here? All right? The thing I love about 4 colors, like Uno, is like there are certain games where black and red maybe have a relation to each other, but a lot of games they don't. A lot of the games, the suits are independent. So if the suits are independent, then it's nice for them to be 4 different colors. It's just that much less likely to get them confused. So I actually really like it because Pinocle's a game where the suits have no relation to each other. And so it's kind of nice to have them different colors. Anyway, what I do here, guys, here's the pick. If you want to follow my system, if you're playing Trickster, sort cards high to the right. That will reverse the order, and so it still doesn't matter. It's easy to sort for, it's still easy to find Trump. It's still easy to find your meld and everything. You just get used to it. It's really quick. But the important thing is I do this because then I still have my suits, clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. So now I have clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. Then when I play in World of Cards, I have clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. It gets even better than that. When I go to Power Pinochle, and I go to, which is a forum we use, and I go to the hand animator, and I can, I'll just show you what this is great for. You can open a text file. World of Cards at the end of your hands, if you're a registered member on World of Cards, it allows you to save your hand histories as text files. And you can just put them in. You can actually put multiple hand histories in at once, but I'll just show you what one looks like. Submit. And now we can actually step through. What's going on here? It allows you to step through these files. Let me see what's going on with my hand animator. Let's get rid of that. Let's get. Oh, I didn't copy the format information at the top. My bad. All right, here we go. Submit, boom. All right, and so what you'll notice is now if you, and now you can step through the hand, right? You can see a hand, this is the hand I played last night, right? And so you can actually watch the replay, you can see everybody's hand. This is like going back after your football game, watching the film study, seeing where you made mistakes, see what you could do differently, getting a greater feel for what was going on in the greater picture. Now, what do you notice? What's the order the suits are in? Clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. Now, this is really useful because then as you're doing these exercises and as you're learning how to count these aces like this or count suits in any other kind of way, it's really nice to always sort your hands in the same position. And when you're dealing with real playing cards, right, you always have control over how you sort your hand. So always sort either high to low or low to high, and then by suit when you're playing Pinochle, alternating black and red. Any other thing, I will call you out as making a mistake. But you will also be able to always control what order the suits are in. When you're playing with a computer game or an app, you don't control what order the suits are in. Some apps will give you control over that, but rarely. For instance, there's a Pinochle app on my phone where this particular order is not an option, but I don't play it often, so I don't really care. And once you're really, really good at counting aces, you can just change the order or whatever. But this is what I've worked out. I'm showing you guys because I want everybody to power up like I power up. I don't want to hide. I'm not trying to hide secrets from you guys. I'm trying to show you guys the system I really use to learn this game well faster. And now what I'm showing you is a really important point. If you use the system that I'm teaching you, it will work for you on World of Cards, which is where we learn and play. Trickster Cards, which is where we learn and play, and we'll do our big house events. And also at Power Pinochle, which is the forum you can use to learn a shit ton about Pinochle strategies and also replay and analyze hands. So if you just fucking roll with me, you'll be good as far as playing in the People's Choice is concerned. And then if you're playing real life, for the most part, these are the popular apps in this community. And then if you play in real life, just follow the same system. You'll be good to go. All right. Now, the beauty of this system is that it has this order of now when you're counting aces, you count the suits in the order that they're presented in. Clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts, right? Now, you have to remember something about Pinochle. Let me change scenes, actually. Just so you guys can see the table and shit better. Maybe I should have gone in the corner or something. Nah, actually this looks better. All right, so the thing to remember about this is that oh yeah, I eventually want to play this shit for money, baby. Yeah, Rummy's a good game, and with my dad, I've gone to some parties where people play spades or they play Rummy. The white folks at my church like to play euchre, so we've got that in here. You can play all these games in these apps too. They're really good. Hearts. But yeah, the main ones, black folks like to play is for sure they love that spades and bid whist. Which is a less common one to find on these apps, and gin rummy to 500. But the game that we love, that's first and foremost in our hearts, is Pinochle, baby. Nothing like Pinochle. And eventually, with my dad, I'm gonna get into Cutthroat, which is played with 3 people. And there's a beautiful app on my phone called Pinochle Palace, where you play 3-deck variety, 3-player variety as well. But that's a 3-player single deck, so that's not Cutthroat. Cutthroat is 3-player double deck. Anyway, so Pinocles are traditionally a single deck game. We play a double deck variety. But anyway, these are the apps we'll be using, and yes, I eventually want to play for money. A lot of people talk about on ships playing to a penny a point. So you could do something basically where you owe the other team a penny for every point they have at the end of the game. But, and so then the winning team just makes the difference in points. I kind of like a game is to 500, so you just play a game for $5, right? And now, I don't know, we could decide if that's each player I think everybody should make $5, right? So everybody has $5. So basically, if you win a game, you pay one of the opponents $5. The other person pays the other opponent $5. Everybody has the potential to make or win $5 because that's basically a penny a point, right? Games that are 500. You could gamble, bet, whatever y'all want to do. I don't really care. But yeah, we'll be playing for fun. We'll be playing for competitively, and obviously I'll be playing for pocket change and shit. All right, but look, before 3:30 hits us square in the face, let me just show y'all basics of how this system works. It's not a very complicated system, but basically imagine a counter in your head. A counter, yes, exactly. Just like one of these, and we actually use these in the lab. So imagine a 4-digit counter like this, right? that's maybe fancy and it's nice and it's sitting on the table. It's sitting on the pinochle table. But this is what you're imagining, 4 digits. But basically just imagine it's a virtual display of 4 digits, and underneath it says C for clubs, D for diamonds, spades, S for spades, and then H for hearts, right? And this is how you count aces. Because remember, this game is all about counting cards. And so you have to get used to, you have to see this in your head and basically do it in your mind and concentrate. So this is one of the skills of Pinochle, is keeping concentration of these counts throughout the hand. And it's a skill. It's actually not easy to do it because there's 20 tricks. And so it's kind of hard to keep this count at first. And it takes a little bit of practice. All right. And then the other thing is that cards disappear. As the hand goes on, different suits will disappear. So let's say the spades get played out early. Well, then my diamonds are going to be next to my hearts. Let's say the clubs get played out early. Well, then the diamonds are going to be the first thing I see on the screen. So you actually, early in your hand, it's just good to keep the system in the same order that your hand is arranged in, but you have to see it. Like, you can almost imagine it as a counter over here. You can imagine this is a counter area. You're going to keep one counter for for aces, and then you might keep another counter later for trump, like how many trump cards have been played. And some people even keep maybe a third counter, which is how many of the trump point cards have been counted. But all this has to be done in your head. So let's just start with the biggest counter. That's going to be the 4-digit ace counter, right? And so what you then do is you wait till aces hit the board. Don't count something before you play or anticipating somebody's going to play it, because it gets weird. Sometimes you realize, oh, I'm going to play this, and you increment the count. Then you realize, oh, I should have played something else. Then you take something else, and then you got to undo your count, and it gets weird. Or sometimes more than one ace hits the board in a suit. So you might start to anticipate what the count's going to change to, but don't change the count in your head till it hits the board. You're always counting aces played. And again, we'll get some feedback on my dad this week about this too. So, we'll probably, maybe we'll stream that or something, at least in Gather. So look, in this case, right, you always have to remember the count starts right away. You got to remember to start the count right away on the first trick. So what is the count right now? As soon as this trick hits, the count is now 0, 2, 0, 0, right? The count always starts at all zeros, right? But on this first trick, this person led with the ace of diamonds. My partner played the queen of spades, right? So this person is short in diamonds. And now this is actually what we call a playback. This is a signal card. This ace signals to their partner, I have the remaining aces and diamonds. Notice I don't have any aces and diamonds, and my partner doesn't probably either. They're saying, I have the other 2 aces and diamonds. Or at least it is safe to pass to me in diamonds, because as long as you get past this person's potential aces, I'm going to cut diamonds. Because normally you would just play your partner a point, or king, or a 10, and you'd save your diamond, you'd save your ace to win. So this is a signal card. That's why I say this is a good bot to use. World of Cards is good. The bots on World of Cards play better than the bots on Pinochle Classic or Trickster. Those bots play according to the rules. These bots play according to how Pinochle players play. Anyway, the point is, 0, right? No clubs have been played yet. No club aces. No aces and 2 aces and diamonds. No aces and spades. No aces and hearts have hit the board. So the count is 0, 2, 0, 0. So imagine that in your head, right? You always got to see it. It's always got to be in your head, and you can't lose set count of it. It's just, so what am I teaching you? I'm teaching you that essential skill to playing successful partner, or playing successful Pinochle, is deciding what you're going to count and then keeping track of that count, concentrating. So this is what I'm working on. I'm working on practicing my concentration while smoking and drinking and keeping track of my count. So right now it's 0, 2, 0, 0. I'm just going to play this fucking non-point jack. Next trick. 1, 2, 0, 0, right? Because they just played the club. So now it's 1, 2, 0, 0. Now it's 1, 2, 0, 1. And now I'm just in my head keeping track of that number. The number is 1201, 1201. All right, and then you just got to play. You just pick your card. Now I just play. All right, I'm playing that. And that 1201 is the count. 1201, 1201. You could do that kind of thing if you want to, if it helps you. Now it's 1301 because they just played another diamond ace. 1301. 1401. Now this is a couple things. Remember I told you it's 1401. Now remember a couple things I told you. I told you that when they played that ace, they were signaling to them to come back, either saying I have the rest of the aces or I'm going to cut the diamonds, and so either way it's safe. And what did you see? They came back in diamonds and they played both aces. They in fact had it. The count is 1401. Now here's where this is important. Now we all know there are no more aces in diamonds. This is really important, right? There's no magical sign. There's no real counter. You cannot talk across a pinochle table. You cannot ask your partner, how many diamonds have been played? You cannot. This is information you need to have that you cannot ask for. And no one's going to tell you this unless you go to a power pinochle strategy forums, right? They will talk to you about counting books, counting tricks, counting aces. If you go to this 1401, let me not lose my damn count here. But if you go to this strategy guide that I got for you guys, pinochle, advanced pinochle, playing strategy, play, here's the ace play that team did. They're explaining bidding, and then when you get down in here, we have a really good player. One, 4, 0, 1. I don't lose my count. This Maria, this is the person who programs World of Cards. She's on this forum. She's on all the Pinochle forums. She's really cool. Hang on a sec. Oh, I can't find their post. But anyway, there's a post on this where they're talking about what you should be counting. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. For those that are new, it's fairly straightforward. Count everything you can possibly remember. Count trump, count aces, but don't count your points. That shit's a waste of time. You can do that when you go through your trick pile at the end, right? So there it is. Hey, man! So there it is. I was just showing you guys that. This makes sense. This makes sense! All right, what's the count, guys? 1401 is the count, right? So, appreciate that. All right, here we go. So now we know if we can run the trump out, this 10 of diamonds can potentially win. That's the type of thing you got to know. All right, so 1402, right? This is the second heart. One, 4, 0, 3. Everybody see a critical piece of information? Now that, oh, there's two critical pieces of information there. 1403. Now that the count is 1403, what does that mean? It means my ace of hearts is now the tops in hearts. 1403. I no longer have to worry about this person playing an ace of hearts. If I was short in hearts and this person played an ace of hearts, I'd have to play my ace. But since they played theirs first, I'd lose my ace. That's called getting your ace captured. So now that the count is 1403, I know that my ace of hearts is no longer in any danger of being captured. I also know, because my partner cut that book, that my partner is cutting hearts. So if I need to pass to my partner and get us a good trick, I'm coming back in hearts. You'll see how that works out if I get in here. All right, so far I haven't gotten in, meaning I'm not in the lead. I'm not playing first. I haven't won any books. So 1403 is the count. We're just going to keep on going. My partner's winning this trick, and it's a risky trick because now they're trying to show that, right? And if this person doesn't have a diamond, they're going to cut. But let's try to give my partner a point. Let's see if we get this off. No, they cut it. I should have played the queen. 1403. I should have played the queen and kept this for once they run out of trump. But we're not running trump, so that's the problem. All right, so let's see. 1403. All right, so now we got another one. 2403, right? Somebody played that club. 2403 is the count. They're winning that. Let's go ahead and play a non-pointer. 2403, and here you go, right? Now this gets captured. I don't have another one. 4403 is the count, right? Because I just had to play my ace. So now we're out of those. 4403 is the count. Whatever. We don't care about this. 4403, just keeping the count. 4403, don't care about any of this. My partner's winning this. I'm not going to play a point because these are tops of the trump. Oh, wait. No, this is not trump. 4403. Boom. Play a point. Spades are trump. My bad. 4403. Now, 4403. What does that mean? None of the spades trump have been played. So let's see if... normally we can see if we can force them to play one of theirs. But I don't want to give up my 10. So I'm just going to cut this with the point. 4403. Let's do it. And now I know my partner's cutting hearts. Let's come back to my partner in hearts. Boom. 4403, right? They win that book. 4403 is the count. What am I going to do here? I'm going to do the same thing. I don't want to play my ace yet because that's the boss card. So I'll play this 10. I knew they were going to do that. 4413. 4423. Four, 4, 3, 3. Now, what does that mean? At 4, 4, 3, 3, I have the only aces left. But this one will still get cut. 4, 4, 3, 3. It'll get cut as long as they have trump. Now, what else do we see? We got to play this. 4, 4, 3, 3. Let's go. They don't have an ace, but they can probably still cut on top of me. I knew they were going to cut on top of me. They're going to do that anyway. I didn't want to play my ace there. 4, 4, 3, 3. Now I have to play my ace. And this will still probably get cut, but hopefully by my partner. Nope, they took that book. All right. All right, so those last couple tricks mattered. I really don't care. We probably didn't play that hand spectacularly. We didn't have a great hand, to be honest with you. What happened here? Yeah, we were a few tricks away. We didn't have a great hand though. We had a dog shit hand. And you know, they just saved 78. Now here's what happened. I missed it. Let me just show you guys this real quick. A little trick here if that happens. You got to be registered for this to work. But since I'm registered, it pops right back up at the end of that, and now I can click there to download that hand. See? Now what that is this is the hand history, right? It's World of Card Games, Double Deck Pinochle, Pinochle Double Deck, hand history. This is the game number, right? And then this is the hand number. So this tells me this is the game number. And then, see it right there, there's the ID. The ID is the game number and then the hand number, all as one thing. This is the table ID. This even tells me who the players are. These are the bots' names, and then PO is short for Pocket Locker, tells me I'm playing South, gives me the date, the app, the format, tells me the game score, the hands, right? The auctions. This is a super useful study tool. And so what I do is I tend to rename mine. I rename all my hand histories after I download them. Sorry, that's not my hand histories. That's my hand history. So they come to downloads. What I do is I rename them. I leave everything the same, and then all I do is I add the date, 11/20/22, and then I add the time the game ended, 3/17. So I do it military time just so it's one less character and I don't have to add AM or PM. So I would do 15/17, which tells me it's 3:17 p.m. Right? And you can add a note here if something incredible happened here. You know, you had an incredible score, 200-0, double aces or something. You could put that there. Would you cover what are not acceptable plays, what is considered cheating in traditional table manners and no-nos? Yeah, so you don't, Pinochle is a game where you don't talk across the table. So table talk is considered inappropriate. You don't ever talk across the table. You should be sitting in silence once somebody starts dealing cards. You should be silent. You should only talk between hands. You should never make signals to your partner. That's considered cheating. What's not considered cheating is what we're teaching you guys. Counting aces, counting trump, counting cards in general is not considered cheating in Pinochle. Counting points, none of that. Why would you count points? Sometimes you want to count points because you're trying to keep track of a get back. If you know, you had 25 in meld and you've got to make a bid of 50, you need 25 in points. Now, most of us say don't count points. Why? Because you should always be playing in a way to maximize your points. And so if you're always playing in a way to maximize your points and you know how to do that effectively, then don't waste the mental energy that you could be counting something else. But count aces, count how many trump cards have been played, count how many of the trump pointers have been played. In other words, the aces, the tens, and the kings. It's also not considered cheating to have prearranged signal bidding with your partner. And most of the signal bidding will be common between the house. So most common signal bidding is understood between Pinochle players. If somebody opens, you start with the dealer, the minimum bid is 50. People know if the person bids 50 that they're saying they would like to decide what the trump is, but they don't have a lot of meld, and they're asking their partner to send them some meld through a meld bid, and that they would like their partner to also signal to them that it's okay for them to take captaincy. In other words, they're just saying, I really want to name the trump, but I don't have a strong meld, because they're not sending any meld. If this person then bids 51, we know they're sending a signal to their partner that they would also like to declare meld. That they would also like to declare what the trump suit is, but that they have aces. Be that an ace and all four suits, so aces around, or at least 4 or 5 aces in general. They may not explicitly have aces around, like the aces around meld, but they're saying, I want to name trump, and I got at least 4 or 5 aces for you. We call that power. 4 or 5 aces, there's power. It means you're going to definitely win, a good number of tricks. And be able to get control, and able to use your aces to get control of the board when you need to. So we call that power. You're sending your partner, you're saying, I don't have a good hand, but I'd like to determine what the trump is, and I have aces. This person then bids from 51 to 54. They're sending their partner 30 meld. How do we know what this meld was? The aces meld is always really it's always 51. But yeah, pretty much. And then when this person jumps 3 over the next bid, we know that they're sending their partner 30 meld. Anytime you go up 3 steps, you're sending 30 meld. 4 steps, you're sending 40 meld. 2 steps, you're sending 20 meld. You should never send less than 20 meld. That's how we knew this person wasn't sending 10 meld. You don't send 10 meld. So if you go up 1 to the next available thing, you're saying, I want to declare Trump, but I don't have a lot of meld, and maybe you're sending aces. And so all of these things are considered legal. Now, some people don't like them if they don't know them, but that's on them. And so I shared a link on bidding strategies with Carrie Ann. I'll share that with the rest of you. When you let me know you're playing and you want to know more about bidding, I'll send you some links to some forum discussions. But once we all have that information, it's just going to be the house bidding system. And everybody's going to know exactly what those bids mean. Same thing. If I bid 100, my partner knows, everybody at the table knows I'm bidding double aces around. Why? Because that's 100 in meld. A lot of places it's required to bid it when you have it, but nobody is going to wonder, oh, he just bid 100. I wonder what that means. No, everybody at the table, that's what I'm telling you, it's not cheating. Everybody at the table knows somebody bids 100, they have double aces. They have 2 aces in every suit. If somebody bids 150, they have a double run every single fucking time. If they bid 60, now 60 is something you could get with other forms of meld, but but a lot of times they're just telling you they have triple Pinochle. Everybody knows this already. So I mean, that's what it is, and that's what me and my dad will be teaching you guys. We call it the conversation. You get to a point where you're playing Pinochle, everybody knows the conversation. Just like I showed you with that ace playback. When this person played an ace and they first ace in a suit, and they partner played this ace, or they second ace, and this partner played the ace, everybody at the table knew they were saying, come back to me in that suit, and I got the other 2 aces for you. Everybody knew that. They didn't have to say a word. Them playing the ace on their partner's ace is the ace playback. And what happens when I take you to the Pinochle strategy guide? What's the first thing they're gonna tell you about? The key to successful Pinochle will be broken down in distinct areas: meld bidding and signal bidding as prearranged with your partner, taking note of what's melded and remembering what has been melded by whom, especially your partner's meld and how they bid. And then here we go. Watching partners play for lead backs or indicators, and supplying your partner with lead back or indicator card plays, and then basically watching for the same shit with your opponents. And then boom, what do we have here? The lead back can take a various number of forms. The most predominant are the ace lead back and the jack lead back, and they actually say a very similar thing. An ace played on the partner's ace. This can have 2 meanings. Either A, you have the remaining aces in the suit, or it's safe to pass to me in this suit, or B, you're short in that suit and don't want the opponent to capture your ace. That's why, like, when I was short in that one suit and I couldn't get in, I should have played my ace on top of my partner's. That would have, or my partner's winning book. That would have prevented it from being captured. Sometimes you just can't, though. The second case usually won't come up until later in the hand. So that's what I mean. That's what we love about Pinochle. Pinochle is actually a conversation, and once you know how to play the game, everybody knows the conversation. So you're not really cheating, because that is actually what people expect from you. Now there are some things that are considered cheating. Talking to your partner would be considered cheating. Texting your partner information during a game would be considered cheating. Signaling, like if you made a hand gesture, or, when I wink twice, or, if I, rub my eyebrow in a particular way, that means this or that. That is considered cheating, because that's considered table talk. Any sort of form of extra communication across the table is considered cheating. Why is everything else not considered table talk? Because you're letting the bids and the cards and the melds do the talking for you. In other words, the game is the conversation. As long as your conversation is restricted to the game, it's all in the conversation. So that's actually the fun of it. That's actually the fun of Pinochle, is that you're having this competitive, team-based conversation, and the better your team is at it, the more likely you are to win. All right, my one black friend is in the house. So I'm going to take a quick little boys break, and then when I come back, we'll be ready to start our program. How you doing today?
I'm wonderful, and you?
Good. Good to see you, my friend. I will be right back. If you want, you can tell the people what else has been going on with you this week as we get ready to get started here.
Sure. Let's begin with some complaints. I'm using a software suite that is the most challenging software suite I've ever used because it was designed by someone who didn't care about my feelings. I've complained about this before, but pretty much in general, life is pretty good. I have been writing to several people on YouTube. Let me tell you what I wrote. There was a shooting in Colorado at a nightclub, and several people died, several people were hospitalized, and there have been several people who've said there's no hate like Christian love, and surely most Christians are wonderful people, but I think you do have some that aren't so wonderful. There was a guy who wrote, "No loss here, HIV, less HIV being spread now." And then some people made the mistake of sort of, I guess, misinterpreting my comment, where I basically said, I hope this wasn't religiously motivated or motivated by religion, something to that effect. And then people sort of reply to me in a way, I don't know how to put this on the screen, it's on my phone. Oh, okay, Carrie Ann, you saw that. So, yeah, people are replying to me. I'm going to try to read you some of what they said in my replies. So, let's see. My original comment was sad. I wonder if the shooting was motivated by religion. Well, I shouldn't have said that. That was followed by someone named Kevin. Why? So you can relate the hate with the religion, therefore hate the religion. Get Jesus, not religion. Okay. Then at Kevin says, sorry, Matthew says, why Jesus? Why not get Muhammad? Notice I didn't accuse any side of anything. Then the response from Kevin to Matthew was, because Muhammad, along with Marx, Confucius, and Buddha are all dead in the grave, Jesus is alive. Well, look, when you need to move, and I didn't say this, out of your apartment into the house that you were able to get, not because you prayed for it and Jesus gave it to you, but because you have to make payments, see if Jesus shows up to help you unload or pack. I kind of think neither will be the case. Kevin includes some scriptures, which is entertaining. Then Matthew, we eventually get down to me. So I wrote, hey, Kevin, do you realize the large number of people who only hate gays because the Bible says homosexuality is wrong and unnatural? It is a fact that people believe that. Have you read the book of Revelation in the Bible? Jesus comes back to kill people that didn't believe in him, that he was the Son of God, people like me. Have you read the book of Ezekiel? Go read Ezekiel 20, 21 through 26. I gave enough verses for context. Your God is cruel. Okay, Kevin, yes, that passage can be compared to this verse. And then he gives Ezekiel 14:7. For everyone of the house of Israel or of the stranger that sojourneth with Israel, which he goes on for a while. He goes on more than me. Separateth himself from me and setteth up his idols in his heart and putteth the stumbling block of his iniquity before his face and cometh to a prophet to inquire of him concerning me. I, the Lord, will answer him by myself. Wouldn't that be something if we could get this on television or some sort of modern recording medium that it could be replayed for centuries for those who doubt, like me. That would be amazing. But I think I ask too much. The Bible is the only book that can read you before you read it. This person clearly hasn't dived into the Beatitudes of Dr. Seuss. My favorite Dr. Seuss book is, well, it's Theodore Geisel, Dr. Seuss. The Sneetches and Other Stories. It's amazing. And I think it ought to be required reading for adults and children alike.
Yeah, that's a good one. Are you ready to go? I can.
Yeah, that's a good one. How dare you? That's my favorite book.
I can go ahead and fire this off.
Yes, invite the world, Pocket Locker. Let them in.
Actually, I think we're gonna stick with the same teams. I think we're. Let me see. Pixel. Yeah, let's do this one. All right. All right, let's. All right, we just got to turn them on. So once we turn them on, they just get turned on. All right, boom. Hot program.
I'm at my office.
Check out the My One Black Friend channel. I'll check out the Hot Program channel.
Okay. My coworker in the next office is also swearing.
Nice.
As I have been doing all day. We're not supposed to be here. It's a Sunday.
Right. We are. We're live on Hot Program. Go ahead and make sure we're live on your channel. Also, guys, if you're not subscribed to the Hot Program channel, please subscribe to that channel. We're itching our way towards 100 subscribers over there, which is pretty cool. And also subscribe to. And go ahead also and subscribe to my One Black Friends channel. The link to that is also in the description. And of course, subscribe to the rest of the gang. Gin and Truth, there's a link down there. James Apperson, Nidamos, Tux TV, all those links are in the descriptions. If you're not subscribed to any of those people, go ahead and do so. My One Black Friend, it's good to see you.
Good seeing you too.
So I think you were having a really interesting conversation, and we've got some time. So why don't we talk about that a little bit before we head into the main event today? But let's do our introductions. Y'all already know what it is. Welcome to Hot Program. I am, in fact, Pocket Locker 86, your host with the most, all the way from the East Coast. And as the holidays approach, I feel that pull towards the East Coast. I want to go home. It's been a long time since I've been home, and now a man who used to put the in Christianity. A man who needs no introduction. You know what? You don't even, I never even realized that phoneme is in there. Christianity.
I'm extremely clever.
It's it's a Christianity.
Yeah.
Because it's like in the middle of it. But there's a in there. Mm-hmm. There really is.
Yeah, in there. A lot of my intros that I write are sort of that way. I think the English language is quite fun. I've dabbled in Bulgarian, in Kartulad, which is the language of Canadian Catholic, and Spanish. I speak none of them well.
Right.
I was on my way to being fluent in Bulgarian, and then I left Bulgaria. So that is no longer the case, that I'm fluent. I can say hello and maybe 2 or 3 other things, but that's it.
Hang on a sec. Why am I still...
And my phone is not responding, so I don't know why that is. You know what? I'll close out YouTube's app.
And then I should be in this one where my camera is. Boom, there we go. All right, so yeah, that's pretty cool, man. So I myself, it's really useful. Obviously, you've done a lot of marketing, right? So, it's
Yes.
sort of a, essential skill of the trade. But yeah, so you were talking before we went live about the having these interactions online, and you had one about the shooting. And this is what's really interesting to me about this thing is I think Christianity has become so much of an issue and so much of a problem that the good Christians, the fine Christians, they need to just let it go and help us out. Because at this point, again, there's no sense in saving something that isn't true. I mean that genuinely. If it were true, it'd be fine. But it's not, right? So I don't have this impetus to save this thing that just isn't true. But your interaction brings up sort of an everyday horror of Christianity. We have a shooting. It's just a terrible thing. The fact that it's, targeted at a particular group, of course, adds a level of hate to it that just, seals in the flavor of awful. And then what happens is you go from there and you have somebody just say, I don't think this was religiously motivated.
Well, I said I wonder if this is religiously motivated.
You said you wonder, right. Okay.
I wonder.
And so then this turns into this whole song and dance, right? Like everything, I just don't understand why we should be less adamant about not believing this stuff than the believers are, because they didn't have any problem jumping in there and turning it into a Jesus versus Allah. Well, your God's dead, my God lives.
Oh yeah, it's because look, the belief itself, the believer can be wonderful. I don't think the belief can. I don't think it has. I don't think it has that. It doesn't have the backup. It doesn't really meet that expectation well. But again, the believers can be exceptionally wonderful people. That's what I believe. The religion of Christianity, the Bible, I'm happy to poke fun of the Bible 8 days a week. And because there was an 8th day, according to the Bible, it just didn't get much press. Right. But I find it, and I even said it to one of the people in here, like it's embarrassment to logic in some places.
Absolutely.
So sadly, what the Bible should do better, what the writers of the Bible should have done better is say, this is an allegory and here's what you're supposed to learn from it.
Right.
Rather than assuming that people are going to be smart enough to know that this story isn't true.
But I don't think they wanted that.
Didn't really talk.
Right, but I don't think they wanted that. The more and more I get into it, I don't think that was the goal. Right? It may have been. I think of religion as always having been probably what it is now, which is people wanted power, control. Yeah, I mean, I don't think humans have changed that much fundamentally since then. It's only been 2,000 years. So, I mean, at best, maybe
it's been longer than that for Christianity. Yes,
sure.
Talking
the
Hebrew religion.
You're talking maybe 100 generations, right? You're not talking eons and eons. So I don't think we're that. We live in a very different world, but I don't know how fundamentally we're different. But anyway, I just think there's always been these things where part of what it has to do is give you a little bit of puppies, sunshine, and rainbows, and a little bit of encouragement. It's almost like the price of doing business in the social sphere. To be honest, I honestly believe politicians are generally in a better position than religious leaders. Having known a lot of politicians are genuinely, now a lot of them are misguided and you're not going to agree with all their policies. Some of them are very corrupt. But there's a sense in which, I'd say setting aside some of the really weaponized MAGA stuff, the average city council person, the average county executive. They're, they've got that kind of school principal mentality, and they're just kind of doing the people's dirty work, and they know they've got to get with the fundraising, but they wouldn't. Nothing about what they do on a day-to-day basis would you find troubling, even with all of their human sort of foibles accounted for. Whereas, like, with this other thing, it's just like you're essentially a snake oil salesman. Now, I'm really sorry that you are otherwise a nice guy, right? But you got to stop selling snake oil before I really can give you the type of appreciation and admiration that I think some of the good religious people in my life want. Now, the good news is, the real good news is, they don't need religion, especially not really good people, right? So if you say, I think there's wonderful believers, fantastic. If they're wonderful people who happen to be believers, guess what we know about them? They definitely don't need religion.
No. Now,
they don't know that, but you know what I'm saying? But yeah, go ahead.
Well, there are those people that would tell them that Jesus, the message of Jesus, be that the words he spoke, or the fact that he existed and allegedly died for their sins, changed their life and made them a better person. All day long, I'm going to tell that person, amen. You stick with it. But then there's the people who don't need that support system to that same level. Like, they could be good without God, as the expression goes.
Sure.
So if they need it, I don't want to take it away from them, because it's a pacifier. It keeps them from being violent. It keeps them from being cruel. It keeps them from being particularly nasty. But
But how do you distinguish between that and the person? Because see, my issue is kind of thinking in the opposite direction. It's almost like I'm more concerned about the person who, because of their religion, yes, they have the pacifier effect, but to me, it's more like they are cruel. They are prejudiced. They are harmful in a way that they would not be without their faith. And I especially believe that because, again, I'm sort of, for the sake of this conversation, we're already talking about people we think are wonderful people. So if I think you're a wonderful person, yeah, I don't think religion is pacifying you so much, because I don't think if I get rid of God that you're gonna cheat on your spouse and rob a bank the next day. But I do think if I get rid of some people, they will say that. No, absolutely, you're absolutely right. No matter of fact, and it's one of the most disappointing conversations I have with Christians I know, right, where they go to the sort of, well, I'd be a awful blah 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 without Jesus, and I'm just going, I don't believe that, but it's pretty awful that you are willing to say that. I guess what I'm thinking of is most of the wonderful people I know who happen to be believers, they've got more prejudice, bias, and bigotry in them than they would have without Jesus. So I'd be more for getting rid of that. Although I do think I just don't buy the pacifier argument. It's a great one, but I think it's a form of, yeah, I mean it's a form of it's a defense mechanism, right?
Thank goodness, yeah.
Yeah.
If a person is going to go out there and be a murderer, rob and steal without God, that's probably what they really are. But the fact that they have a God belief and don't go out and do those things truly shows who they can be. And if they have to trick themselves into being good, so be it. Tell me what I can do to help.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, maybe I can make the illusion stronger.
Yeah,
maybe I can.
Casey Randy said they get caught in thinking traps. God's ways are higher. Who are we to question God? And then the guilt because J-Dog died for you. Yeah.
J-Dog.
Yeah, it's a pretty...
Thank you for making... That is the best thing I heard all day.
It's
J-Dog.
Fantastic. But, yeah, I don't... And again, and I even think that's a stupid idea, right? I was thinking about this the other day, Christians just can't have it all. I'm sorry. You just can't have it all, Christians. I'm not going to think you're nice and wonderful and smart and on and on and on if you're 35 and you're still a Christian. I at least get to say you are basing a lot of your identity on something I don't believe in, and there is a reason for it. Now, there's a spectrum. Some of y'all, let's just face it, you ain't that educated. Some of y'all, you've been living in a bubble your whole life. Some of y'all, you're just not that much of a critical thinker. Some of you, you're caught up in the family, friend, socialness, and the social ties to the church. But there's a vulnerability in your life, and part of the privilege that they just don't get to have, at least not with me, is just this demand. We were kind of talking about this with Jordan Peterson, where I get really irritated that Jordan Peterson always gets everybody to bend over backwards and talk about how smart he is. But that's a problem because smart people don't do the things he do, so he's not held accountable for what it means to be given that attribute. And again, just don't hype people up. Like, I love the game of basketball, but nobody's going to sit here and pretend, oh, Jay, you are an amazingly gifted athlete. You have a wonderful three-point shot, and I heard you can dunk from the free throw line. It's just not true. I might want those things to be true about me, but they're not. And the problem is there's certain things, and I believe, and this doesn't just apply to Christians. This is a problem in our society. Intelligence became a thing that we started to take for granted. And maybe it shifted with what they call like the culture of, everybody's a winner. Everybody gets a participation trophy. There are no losers. Let's not do everything by points. Let's not rank everybody. Let's stop making everything a competition. Now, we know there are short and tall people in the world. We know there are really good people and really evil people in the world. But who are the stupid people? Intelligence somehow became a thing that everybody has to have. And beyond that, here's a lie we tell ourselves all the time. Most people are above average intelligence. That can't be true.
No, you'll never hear me say that.
I know you won't say it, but and I'm not.
The more intelligent of the less intelligent people hide. They hide it. They're not that bright. They hide it.
Right.
But it's the ones that don't hide it. They're almost easier to deal with.
Right.
Because you can see it.
Yeah.
I don't have to make any assumptions here.
Right. No, that's a very good point. The closer you are to average, the easier it is for you to fake that you're average or even above average, which is true.
Yeah. I had an intro for this show, and now a man who was disappointed when he realized the average person was average. And again, I sent Pocket Locker folks. I sent Pocket Locker a clip of Harold Camping, and he says, "I'm not a genius," and I'm like, I say that about myself,
right?
And I'm not a genius either, but I think some dedication to certain things that you want to understand or whatever your profession is can make you like the go-to person.
Sure. Right. So now for a couple examples, like the consequence of that to me is everybody can't be smart. The same way everybody's not tall, everybody's not really intelligent, and it's really important. Now, here's what we mean, I think. Humans are smart. So you have to remember that the baseline, if you're saying someone's really smart compared to my dog, well, yeah. You know what I'm saying? In other words, you have to remember that we're talking about relative to other humans. So yes, all people are smart in the sense that they can tie their shoelaces, use a computer, drive a car, and all of these things actually take quite a bit of intelligence, right? But now we're talking about relative intelligence amongst other people. So where am I going with this? It just becomes a problem when people trap themselves in an ego bubble. And one of the things is, what it does is people don't realize where their areas of improvement are because nobody's telling them that they need to improve in these areas. If you keep telling your dumb uncle, oh, hey, uncle, you're a really smart guy, you've got some really great ideas, I just don't agree with you about QAnon, you're actually hurting yourself. Because what you're doing is you're making him think he's super smart. What does that mean? Well, it means he's clearly smart enough to do his own research. He's clearly smart enough to make heads or tails of good information. Therefore, when you then try to tell him you just don't agree with him about QAnon, it's like now all of a sudden you're the one inconsistent. You just got done telling him how smart he is. So what are you telling him? He's smart, but now he doesn't know how to read what he looks up, right? Now, am I saying you should say, hey, uncle, you're a fucking moron, and by the way, the QAnon's dumb and you're an idiot? No. But what I'm saying is don't stroke a person's ego in an area where they haven't earned it. Instead, give them an opportunity to earn it. You know, even something to see, like give them a test, see if they can, for instance, ask them.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, for instance, ask them to make heads or tails of sources, right? Ask them, do you think, ask them, do they think certain newspapers are more credible than certain magazines? Or, in other words, give them something they can earn, right? That can then lead them to actually be more skeptical. It's almost like training an animal, right? Like you give them positive reinforcement when they do something you want to reinforce. We give people positive reinforcement for doing the thing we don't want them to do and then expect them to stop doing it. And I just think that that's the problem with Christians. At some point, it becomes our fault because they're doing something dishonest, unintelligent, immoral, wrong, and we won't stop telling them how wonderful they are. So whose fault is it really?
I think it depends on the person.
Sure.
For instance,
yeah, go ahead.
My best friend's mom, who's like a mother to me, and I call her mom, she's no Kenneth Copeland.
Gotcha. Yeah,
she's a very different person.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I think if I were starving and on the street, I don't think there's any way Kenneth Copeland would give me his scraps. But she would, and she'd probably bring me back a coat if it was cold. That's who she is. So in a way, I guess the Christianity that she celebrates is the Christianity of many. I think when it comes to the charity part, people choose their comfort over someone else's, right? Like Copeland, he's got a series of airplanes. Well, he's clearly choosing his comfort over other people's, right? Because he could have fed. Literally, you can use a plane.
One at a time. Just one, yeah.
Unless he's having an air show at his place,
right?
But he could definitely give that money away, and there'll be people. If you watch the broadcast a lot, you kind of already know what I do, like for other people, like how willing I am to just help out when I can and all that stuff. But there are people who claim to be Christian who have more than me but give less than me. Right? They think it's important for them to reach a certain status.
Right.
When the Bible itself says God is no respecter of person. That's referring to status. He doesn't prefer one status of a person over another. That's in the book that they don't often read.
Right.
It says that. Jesus told the guy, the rich young ruler, sell all you have and give it to the poor.
Right.
Now, whether that poor means his organization of Christians, because that's one idea, like the Ebionites, that's one idea. They were the poor. Or does it mean, like, look, you're surrounded by all these lepers and beggars and starving people. If you're going to follow me, I'll feed you. So you don't need what you have anymore. You can let it go and give it to all these folks who need it. Right? Either way, the answer should have been, if you really want to follow Jesus, sure, let's go. And then you tell somebody who works for you, you keep this, but give everything else away. Except for my mother's lamp. I want that. But the rest, it can go. So that's a difficult thing for a lot of people within Christianity to accept. For some reason, things are attractive. You can't take any of them with you when you go. You can't. Not even your mother's lamp.
So this is kind of a decent segue into what today's topic is, and I think
can I
get into
talk
it.
about
Go ahead.
Can I read?
Oh
okay.
yeah.
Two other things.
No problem.
So,
no rush.
This person.
Oh yeah, because you want to keep talking about the exchange with the people who got in.
I just want to finish it up.
Okay, yeah, no problem.
The guy Mike says, my one black friend, you were hit in the head one too many times. When the Bible says God punishes the evil, it obviously means your own evil actions bring about the punishment naturally. God isn't sitting behind a cloud zapping you with a lightning bolt when you do something wrong. The Creator doesn't supernaturally interfere in the affairs of men. You bring about your own punishment. My reply. If it comes down to us insulting each other, Mike, we both lose. The importance of facts are obscured by the insults of people that don't even know or care about each other. As for your God, he's definitely not sitting in a cloud zapping people because he doesn't exist. By the way, if you actually read the Bible, there are some things you'd be interested to know. Yahweh was known as the cloud rider in ancient times. You may also want to read Daniel 7:13, which has the Son of Man in the with the clouds of heaven. Luke 21:27 doesn't disappoint either when it says, at that time they will see the Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven with power and great glory. Not to be outdone, Yahweh goes for a joyride through the sky on his cherubim in Psalm 18:10. And he rode a cherub and he did fly. Yea, he did fly upon the wings of the wind. Verify all those in your own Bible. Oh, and you may want to read one more thing. Luke 9:54-55. And when his disciples James and John saw this, they said, Lord, do you want us to command fire to come down from heaven and consume them, just as Elijah did? Zap. I often encourage people to read the entire Bible. It is helpful at times. More horrific than expected, more beautiful than I was told in parts, and an embarrassment to logic at its heart. So,
yeah,
it's cheesy.
Yeah, I feel like that's more the energy we need here. Like more the, because that's telling them straight. Like I really do believe a lot of them need that sort of direct challenging to their beliefs. One, because
I'm giving him chapters and verse. He can go look and I encourage, go look all this up for yourself. Because he just told me God wasn't hiding behind a cloud. Well, he's allegedly in those clouds in these remarks from the Bible. So
exactly, and and it's amazing some of the chats talking about all the times God intervenes in the Bible, but now of course they just constantly make excuses about the fact that he won't, and pathetic is the word. Now that's the thing.
The answer is in God's time, and that is that's the answer. That's the salve, right? That's the healing balm that keeps them going.
Yeah, I was gonna say it'll get you through. It'll literally get you through a lifetime.
Yeah, so I clearly could, if God needs someone to schedule his appointments. I had somebody working for me who was amazing, so she can work for him and get him back on track with all this deferred blessings. stuff that he has not going on, but should.
Right. All right, so you ready to? So can we segue now to the other thing?
By all means.
All right, so the deal with this is to talk about the limits of allyship, and it kind of spins off of some of the stuff that's been going on with, everything with PineCreek coming out. I call this coming out party, but unmasking. Is there a word for this? Like, maybe we should call it unmasking, right? When a person just comes out as who they truly want to be. It puts everyone in the community in a situation, and I think earlier today I realized that I think it's actually really comparable to the Robert Price situation. Of course, the Robert Price situation being different because most of us know of Robert Price through Derek and through Derek's channel. But nevertheless, people who knew Robert Price and followed him on social media, before they found Mythvision or whatever, knew that Robert Price was this sort of right-leaning, if not right-wing, type figure. And it was just very interesting that it got to the level where it was scholars are calling Derek. And, everybody's hitting up Derek with it to the point where Derek has to say, oh, okay, I can't have this going on my channel. It's causing too much of a problem. It's bringing too much negative attention, whatever it is. But it seems like the response to Doug has been very different. And I feel like, in a way, it says that there's something very differently about how we see these two different people. And in my mind, Doug has gone as far as Robert Price. No doubt about it.
Oh, I disagree. I very much disagree.
Why you say that? Well, one, I don't know if you've seen all this stuff. Number one, number two, a lot of us. I was just gonna say, a lot of us think Doug is deliberately trying to make sure you don't see, because a lot of people thought he came in here last week trying to make sure we didn't get through the footage on him. But go ahead. I don't know if you've seen.
I was watching that episode. Well, I wasn't really watching much of it. I was replaying that episode today, so I saw Doug talk to the caller, Doug. And I saw that the caller refuted PineCreek. And it's clear that PineCreek he was at the end of his knowledge, right? He knew, and I say this, if you're new, this is something I will continue to repeat. People don't really know things anymore. They know about things. Well, I could correct that statement by saying we have experts who know things. But the average person listening to that expert knows about things. The average person reading a statistic knows about the statistic. They know nothing of how it was collected. They know nothing of how it was funded. They know, there's all these things they don't know and cannot tell you. They don't know if there was an agenda behind it, and they don't stop to see the other side. When I asked Doug, who are those other 50%? And he goes, white people. Well, I'd be willing to bet you, if we really looked at it, if we had the hard, correct data, it wouldn't be 50% white, nor would it be 50% black, because we have all these other ethnicities here that joined us in the United States of America, who are also subject to the same problems that the rest of us are.
All right. Well, when I say he's just as bad as Robert, he's gone just as far as Robert Price is. Doug absolutely used weaponized awful language against LGBT people. He's absolutely,
I don't know that,
apologized for, I think his behavior, 2 weeks ago, whatever we dealt with was absolutely racist. I think he made just as many apologies as Robert Price did for January 6th. Remember what got Robert Price in trouble was January 6th. right, is that he said all this stuff about, rioters should be shot and this type of thing, and then he basically did not acknowledge that January 6th was a riot, right? And he refused to denounce those people. But PineCreek literally said that he didn't think PineCreek literally said, guys, let's talk about it wasn't that bad. Guys, let's say Mike Pence's life wasn't really in jeopardy. What would they really have done? He literally forced everyone on his panel to say right now that the vaccine can kill you. I mean, y'all, again, this is what we're here to talk about. But y'all can keep making excuses for this man if you want to. But this guy is this is who he is. And actually, he changed his, I don't know if you know this, I just don't add this. He changed his PineCreek poker channel to PineCreek Politics. This is not a slip of the tongue.
Okay, so I know about some things. Dr. Price, I'm going to start there. I listened to probably 3 times more probably 5 times more of Dr. Price's material than I have PineCreek. Before I knew of Derek from Mythvision or PineCreek, I've been listening to Robert Price probably, I think, since his, not long after his podcast came out. So I have hours and hours and months, if you will, worth of listening to Dr. Price. And the issues that came up in that conversation rarely did about the interview that PineCreek did with him specifically. That's where I got an idea of Dr. Price's politics.
Right. So what I'm saying is,
in a condensed manner.
Sure. So for most people, a lot of people are on that journey with you, but even less so, right? Because you said because they really didn't get to Price till Derek, right? But what I understood from other people of color in our community, like Deaconess Annette and some others, is that No Name was talking about this, was that Robert Price had been this way for a long time on Twitter. Because what really had gotten Robert Price was social media comments. And so all of a sudden, this was new to YouTube, right? Yeah. And so people started saying,
new to me.
It was new to me. It was new to everybody, right? Because we're YouTube people, right? Some of the other people who've been around said, oh no, he's always been this way on social media. It's just people not been paying attention to his social media. But she was like, oh, I've been paying attention to him. He's been this way for years, right? He's always been this way, like really extreme. And so she was like, I was not surprised at all that he, started to act this way, because she's like, I've always known he's been this way. And people like that said, I was never a fan of him, right? Because they knew already once he started to become a mythicist darling that he was already a right wing. They were like, he ain't bringing nothing to mythicism that I'm about to overlook his, stuff I can't get with. And so that's what's kind of interesting to me. And I guess what I'm going at with that is I felt like when the Robert Price thing happened, he was so nuclear for whatever reason, right? That people made it so Derek couldn't do streams with him. But Derek ain't had nothing to do with it. But it was such a backlash from other academics and from the community that held Derek's feet to the fire. Now, what I'm saying with Doug is, for some reason, all right, cool. Again, I don't care if he still has a channel, but it's like we're not seeing the same response. We're not seeing. For some reason, it's still cool to be cool with Doug. It's still cool to hang out with Doug. It's still cool to hang out on Doug's channel. Like, it's not the same response. And that kind of bugs me, because it's the same stuff. And it's like, why was Derek, why was it, it's like some kids, and this is why we talk about allyship today, because it's reminding me of growing up in school, the only black kid in all white school. Racism was really, really wrong, but if somebody really popular did it, there was a buffer. And they never felt the consequences of it. Now, if somebody was a little less popular, cool, they kind of corny anyway, boom, out the door. But if it's somebody cool, we kind of like, they kind of fun to hang out with, hey, we like having them around, they're a good poker player, all of this. And it's like, but you're not seeing this. They're doing the same exact stuff this other person, maybe even more. They're enjoying it. They're laughing in everybody's face about it. They're mocking it. You know, they're not coming. At least Robert Price was coming on streams going, I really am not trying to hurt anybody. I'm not trying to offend anybody. This is just how I see it. Right? Robert Price was literally telling people, I'm not doing this to hurt people. This is just my opinion.
Views. Yeah,
it's just my view, but I'm literally, PineCreek is like, I'm doing this to hurt people. I think it's fun just to hurt everybody's feelings. Gets a pass. What's up?
But I don't know which day it was last week. Doug said he has a channel just for politics now because he hurt people. So to some degree, and I know I can't play you what clip it was, I didn't know we'd be talking about him today.
No,
but he stated that, and just so you know, he stated that. And
what, that he has a different channel?
He said there's a politics channel now, and he's keeping his politics over there because he realized he hurt people. So I would say on a level, I think it reached him. There's certainly when he had to go, I wasn't done talking to him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But no, I wasn't, because when for the folks that don't know, I sort of got to be a fly on the wall for Pocket Locker and PineCreek having a discussion, and PineCreek is sort of listening to Jay, who was very passionate about his opinion, and PineCreek sort of just taking it all in, and I think to some degree not fully confronting what was being said to him. I think he was trying, but I don't think he always did it, because he could say, as he did when he was talking with Jay on his show, whatever date that was, a couple of weeks ago. Did I say that? Did I say that here? Did I say that now? I guess no, that was last week.
Yeah, did I say that today?
Did I say that today? So I think, actually, I don't know if Doug knows that he was doing that. If he understood he was doing that. I think so many of us,
he's done it to other people, and he
has. Okay.
And he's even
been critical about what about it.
Yes, he does this, and then he even did this to Nitty, where he won't even do that. He'll ask sometimes for the video and the timestamp. Oh, what video did I do that? Can you show me the timestamp? Almost like if you can't pull the tape for him, then he doesn't have to deal with it. And the other thing I was going to mention quickly is I don't think the politics channel thing is a solution at all. All it is a Trump-like confession in public. And again, here's we're talking about PineCreek, I'm going to say, for the same reason we're talking about Donald Trump. I know exactly how I feel about Donald Trump. I know exactly who Donald Trump is. I know exactly what I think Donald Trump's done and the type of human being he is. The reason we're talking about Donald Trump is because we're still trying to figure out why on earth has everybody else not begun to respond to this man accordingly. And that's why we're talking about PineCreek. My issue with PineCreek isn't even with Doug. It's with the community that is making me feel like the black kid in an all-white school all over again, quite frankly. That's what we're here to talk about. It ain't really about Doug. Doug's the catalyst. But the conversation is, why is it that some people, and here's the point for me, it's like, and Cameron said it, right? Cameron made a comment. Cameron makes a lot of wonderful comments, right? But Cameron Bennett said in the chat, because we were kind of going on about Doug, and at some point we were kind of trying to get off of it, and Cameron was really going off in the chat like, fuck Doug, I'm done with this, I'm sick of this. And Cameron just said at one point, I'm sorry, it's just hard for me as a black man. It's hard for me as a person of color. And we had this conversation last week, and that's kind of what I realized. This community's not that diverse. Me, you, Cameron, you two, Punk, Wayne, we represent a small group in a much larger community that is unfortunately dominated by white men. And I would say our community, the Cult of the Flying Man, is it's already an anomaly in this atheist community. Most of these atheist YouTube channels are dominated by white dudes. And to a lesser extent, females. Our demographics, because I see who watches this, it's way higher female than most channels. I imagine we have more LGBT folks, if not friendly and poly, all of that type of stuff, more left-leaning, and we're way more diverse in terms of ethnic diversity. It's sort of like the LNCA lab was. MSU is a very not diverse place in terms of grad school, but our lab was over-representation of diversity, right? And so for me, this is the thing that, to me, Cameron was speaking to. When we have these conversations about race, and I'm just using race because that's the topic of that I can relate to, that's my thing. This is really about, even if you look at the question of the day is, have you ended a relationship over a prejudice that didn't apply to you? Have you ever ended a relationship over a prejudice that didn't apply to you? Yeah, I just dropped it in the chat. Because the issue here is like, we get that y'all see the problem. And we know that y'all are on the right side of this. Y'all are on the, man, don't do bad things to black people, don't do things to trans people, don't do bad things to poor people, on and on the list goes. But the issue becomes when the majority of the community doesn't identify with that, it just becomes a minor inconvenience. And this is what I felt like growing up. And it strained all my other relationships. So I'll give you an example. There were kids I played basketball with that technically, I'm gonna talk about a particular bully. Let's just say he's in the class older than me, and he doesn't like me because him and his racist dad don't like the fact that I'm dating the daughter, right? Who's in the grade below me. Now what happens is, truth to be told, some of his friends were actually my friends first. Because we went to junior high together. And some of them, we played on the basketball team, so we was at basketball practice every day. We was hanging out in school, on the buses. They spent the night at my house, everything. Vice versa, all of that, right? Now we get to high school, and we ain't that cool no more. Why? Because part of the center of your social group is the person bullying me all the time. And while you're not bullying me, and while you recognize it's pretty fucked up that they're bullying me because I'm black and I'm the only black kid in the school and I could really use some help right now, I get all the excuses of why, if only I knew him, he's such a blah, 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 blah. And, but he's cool and he's a soccer player and all the girls like him and their family's popular, blah, 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 blah. And all I'm hearing is a bunch of nonsense is more important than the fact that they're a bigot. And what happens then is that's how privilege works. Privilege means you don't face the consequences that everybody else faces. So if I don't get along well with other people, there's social ramifications and I probably can't afford them. But privilege means you can make a YouTube channel and just want to hurt people's feelings. And maybe you just get more popular off of that. Or maybe, nobody's really having a problem with it. But it gets to a certain point where it's only those social consequences that really matter. Like I always say, my school wasn't ever going to suspend him for it. The girls weren't ever going to stop acting like he was hot shit because of it. The homies was never going to stop kicking it with him over it. So he was never going to change. Because all of the people who could bear the consequences that would force him to change, or at least try to get right because there are consequences, are making excuses of why they should not be the person who has to do it, right? And therefore, it doesn't get done. So James Apperson, James, I don't know why James isn't here. James, feel free to call in if you want to holler at us. But James was basically saying, his way of saying it was, okay, you may not be the bigot or you may not be the prejudiced person yourself, but I noticed it wasn't a deal breaker for you. And that gets hard to see. Now, here's the rub. It's difficult for me to see because we're dealing with mutual friends. It's going to be difficult for those mutual friends because they're in the middle of an awkward position. It isn't going to be difficult for Doug because he doesn't care. Yeah, James, come on, get tagged in, but go ahead, my one black friend.
Well, perfect timing, James, because my bladder.
Yeah, James, bladder. James, James, we need your bladder relief.
Yeah, I need you. Well, it's very interesting, and of course, James's comments are very powerful ones. Those are yours. What I'm going to sound like a therapist for a moment and say what I'm hearing. So what I'm hearing from you, Pocket Locker, is that you want the world to be a better place now than it was when you were a kid in school.
Right. Definitely.
So you fully expect to see some improvements in the world, but this is you're not dealing with the world, in a microcosm as school is. You're dealing with the world at large. So I want to just let you know it's much tougher.
For sure.
If you could see that kid that used to pick on you in school, or the kids, I bet you every single one of them's a better person now.
Absolutely.
Because they saw how time went by and how, wow, I could really make it hard for someone, or they could really make it hard for me with little to no effort. And so they decided, I'm going to be part of the solution, not part of the problem. There are other people who probably used to be much worse, and still have a long way to go. And I think that's what we have to realize. I think a safe and important thing to do, you've done it, is to distance yourself from those people.
Yeah.
You may have to also accept you can't change them. Yeah. And you may have to also accept that would be a colossal waste of your time.
Yeah. Wow.
I haven't listened to Dr. Price since even before the controversy. I've merely been too busy. I've met him in person, and he was nothing less than kind to me. And he had questions like, hey, tell me about yourself, blah, blah, blah. And I met him at an atheist convention in Orange County. I don't know how many years ago that was, when I still believed in God. I wanted to meet him, so I went to an atheist convention because he was speaking there.
Right,
Took the day off work and everything. And for me, I happen to know a person can have objectionable beliefs and objectionable behaviors, and that list may be much smaller than their list of admirable qualities. I would say you can't pick and choose who that person's going to be. That's up to them. So if you can't stand the way they are sometimes, you certainly won't know when they're just going to become like that while you're sitting around there, or while you're listening, in our case. So I would say I think you've made the right move by distancing yourself. That protects you. And I think this is kind of cold of me. You can't care. My big lesson last week was there was something to do with my work that I was very passionate about. And it struck me. I'm not in the position right now, given the resources I have on this project, to care as much as I used to about one particular aspect of the job, where I love lots of details, and the rest of the world would laugh at me going, nobody else does that. Were you insane? And I would go, this is how I learned. They're like, well, good luck, buddy. So I had to let it go and do it the way everybody else does it. Not better, the same. And that was hard for me. But the things I needed to accomplish after I had finished that task, they were done in short order. I was able to do many of them quickly until I ran up against technical difficulties and had to slow down. But sort of the movie Scrooge, Bill Murray's character says, "Scrape them off, Claire," talking about like the people who are begging her for things, you know. And I think you have to do that too. If someone is dead weight for you, scrape them off and keep on going. Because your life, until you make it about somebody else, it's about you.
Yeah, go ahead, go to the restroom, and I'll follow up on your comments, and then I don't know if you hear it's not, but yeah, but go ahead, turn your camera off and mute, and then I don't see James or Tux but anybody can call in if they want. We're in the Pinochle Lounge, so go ahead. But I think what he's saying is very interesting, and reflecting on the ways that I've had to deal with this in other situations. What's up, Caterpillar? Is that so I'm thinking about this one particular guy I dealt with in high school, and he was different. To be honest, we made our peace probably like before I graduated. I don't really consider it too redemptive because it was just a period where I was no longer dating his sister, and so it just too little, too late in my book. But I guess the downside, right, is that when I reflect on it, I lost some friends, right? And that's life. And what ended up happening was there were certain people that, right, wrong, or indifferent, when we got to high school and the stage was different, they were closer friends of that person than they were to me. And so I had to accept that even though this person had a severe character flaw that made the, and to be honest, we were young, we were kids, right? So, to say we all had severe character flaws that made us insufferable is probably true to some extent. But no, I really do feel this way. Like, in other words, I've spoke this. I think if you have these certain character flaws, it holds up. You're probably a weak person interpersonally. I'm not saying that doesn't mean you're a good time, or that doesn't mean you have some friends or some reason people like to be about you. But I do believe that certain biases and prejudices are indicative of truly insufficient maturity and character in ways that I believe definitely manifest with anybody who makes the mistake of being too close to you. Because that type of insensitivity or blind spot will come out in other ways. So I don't buy they're just so whatever enough, because I know that's how I am, right? Whenever I've been off the mark about something, it's been enough for people to cut me off, right? Nobody's ever said through my periods of whether I was just being an asshole, had a particular prejudice, or was abusive in a particular relationship or something like that. Nobody's ever kept me around because I was such a great drummer or just so fucking smart or such a great scientist that it was, I've never been that way. If I get too far out of lines, I risk losing everything and everybody. So why? Because, again, if your character is deficient, it's gonna hurt the people around you. So people might tolerate you, but I just think they're doing themselves a disservice. But anyway, the thing I realized, following up on my one black friend's point, is that in my life, I am certainly worth enough, valuable enough, and fortunately for me, throughout my experience, valued enough that I was the central gravitational pull of my own social circle and my own social life. I mean, even if I look in the lives of my bullies, they may have been over to win over some of their friends, but they couldn't even win over their sisters. See what I'm saying? Right? So I was able to have the people who are closer orbit to me that, I could rely on as my friend group, the people who, like he said, I just had to let go of. We may have been friends, but we're not really that close of friends anymore. And unfortunately, a big part of that is because you're really close friends with this. You constantly in this camp I can't be in, and some of those people we were still friendly, right? It wasn't like we had a personal beef. So if I saw them in the hallway, it was what's up. If they did good in the basketball game, I cheered for them, and good game yesterday. We didn't become enemies. We just weren't friends. We weren't gonna kick it on the weekend because they were gonna be with him and I was gonna be with not him, and I was gonna be right. And we could still be friendly, and I think that's how this is. Like, my people are not Doug's people. And my people ain't with Doug. My people are mostly, we don't watch Doug no more. Most of us have unsubscribed. Most of us are not PineCreek friendly, And that was the point of this, was so that I could show people where I was at. And then, because again, he blocked YouTube Punk and literally ran YouTube Punk down. Mm-hmm. Literally took no for no reason. Just was like, YouTube Punk, I don't care about you. I don't know why these viewers think. And I'm just sitting there like, I don't know. Like, again, all YouTube Punk had to do was the audacity to disagree. But,
Okay. I want to jump in here.
Go ahead.
You hit upon something. Earlier, you spoke about Jordan Peterson.
Right.
I think Jordan Peterson is in an interesting position, and maybe this is happening to PineCreek. Time will tell. Jordan Peterson has reached a level of notoriety that he probably never saw coming or wanted.
Right.
And now he has the responsibility, which I don't think he ever wanted, of being an upstanding individual with no flaws. He is extremely flawed. And so in order to keep that, so maybe to some degree he now needs the crowd. And so he keeps showing up for events. He keeps repeating himself more than me. He keeps himself in the public eye. And almost died doing it, because
right.
he's on drugs and all that stuff. But this is the guy that people are going to by the millions, thinking he hasn't figured it out. There was an interview somebody did with him where they asked him, it was such a beautiful question. How are you? How are you doing? And the guy goes to tears because he's asked to think about all these other people, right? He's asked to answer questions for all these other people. And yet there might not be a person on this planet with food and shelter that hurts more than Jordan Peterson.
Right.
And he can't fix it for himself. So it's burdensome. He doesn't need it. How does he walk away? What are those people who he feels needs him going to do without him? And maybe that's an awful feeling, so he can't walk away because he doesn't have answers for that. So we'll be just fine, Jordan. We were good before you got here. The same is true for PineCreek.
I was thinking exactly that. Like, it's just fine.
Your life's going to be just fine. And if PineCreek wanted to walk away and just do politics and not mess around with religion anymore, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
If he wants to just shut it all down, give his microphone to somebody else,
yeah,
he'll be fine.
So there was a shift in the conversation, and I thought that was sort of worth getting your take on. So Sean joined us, and he basically described it as
already.
What? No, not today.
He's come and gone?
No. I'm just saying
Okay.
Previously, earlier in the week. He said,
okay. And
he said, he asked the question of, how many racist jokes do you tell before you're just a racist? And, Nitty asked the question of, because all the Kanye controversy. He said, how many times do you get coffee with Kanye before it's just, you just cut ties or whatever? And so I think that's some of the thing that people are still working their way through. But I think you kind of hit on it, right, is we're fine without this person. So we're going to go that way. And then, I think if people just feel stuck in that orbit for some reason, which makes me sad, to be quite frankly, because it's I don't think there's a community there, right? I often thought of this as, it would have been nice at some sense if PineCreek cared just a little bit, if only for the sake of growing his own channel or buzz or whatever, because it would have been nice to have a little bit of a rivalry over, the cult of the Flying Man. Where PineCreek tries to say, it was just, I came up with the Flying Man. I go, but not the cult of the Flying Man, right?
But that's what you, and again, I'm going full therapist here. That's what you want.
Right. But that was my, right.
That's not what the other person wants. You're on your own.
Right, exactly. So that's kind of where I was going with that, is to say, like, it was dumb. Like, it's too easy, right? It's not even, he doesn't even want it. He didn't want it. It's not his thing, right? But that's kind of what I'm saying. So if you're in the orbit of us, then in my opinion, that's a pretty good place to be. Because if you stay in the pool of a community, then good, because you're in the orbit of a community that actually cares about community and wants to keep you in orbit because we care about community. But it's kind of sad if you're in orbit of this other situation, I guess, because it's just enough fun. You're having enough fun over there, but it's kind of like, hey, that's cool. Because I just don't see it's not I don't know. There's no growth mentality, but it's whatever. Like I said, the bigger thing is to discuss the limits of allyship, right? So it makes me think about being in undergrad, right? So fast forward a little bit to undergrad. Like I said, that was sort of I felt like when the acronym changes, but it was when LGBTA was the thing, right? And that was lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and their allies, right? And
that's interesting. I didn't know about that.
Yeah. And so I identified as an ally, and I thought what was powerful, at least in my framework as a young man, was trying to adopt as much of the in-group as possible. I almost think of a James Apperson or a Dan Gaby, some of the white people who are just so, they want to be as anti-racism as possible, right? To the point that they want to identify with the in-group, right, of people of color, right? How can I do everything I can to make this world as good as it can be for people of color? That's how I felt as an ally. So it was like, if somebody got beat up on campus because they were gay, we got attacked, right? As the LGBTA and the allies, we're in here as we got your allies is pissed too, right? And so this is what I mean, because to some people, allyship is, and I hate to say this is where privilege comes in. And it's not even a bad thing. And what I'm going to say might sound like it's going to hurt some people's feelings, but maybe it's just something to think about. For some people, allyship means having the right opinion, right? Because you live in a world where these issues may not affect your day-to-day life, or that you're aware of, or you may not be, sensitive to these things. And so mostly these are things that are, I hate to say it, but they're topics of conversation. Maybe they can be expected to influence someone's political leanings or which way they vote. So for you, it's a philosophical thing. That's what gets me about some of these things, right? Some of these things that you say I get passionate about. I get passionate about it because I'm talking about people's lives. Like Uncle Bobby said, one person's joke is another person's battle cry, right? It's like, y'all get up here and, let's have this chummy white boy conversation about the philosophical merits of taking this approach or that approach or the approach LGBT, and maybe we should tell LGBTA people they're not, right? And it's like, bro, you talking about people's lives, so we ready to throw hands about now. But I'm trying to acknowledge favor or I don't know, charitably, that for some people that's just what it is. It's just a thing. It comes up in conversation. Listen, I got some black friends. Racism is wrong. Let's move on. Right? That's what it is for them. Right? For others, it's
can I just jump in on that?
Yeah.
I think people get into tough spots because in the example you just gave, you may not be able to reform a person if you simply walk away. if you are around friends that are saying objectionable things about this group or that group, and you say, you know what, you guys are a bunch of a-holes, I'm out of here, I don't think like that, and then you walk away, what reason do they have to view your conduct as the right way? If you stayed there and you started getting, and maybe I'm asking too much, a bit philosophical with them, like, why do you believe this? And then you use that sort of Socratic method to get them to say what's going on. What's going on with them? Why is that comment there? Why did they think it was okay to say that around you, and why it isn't? If you aren't communicating that, then you're probably not going to ever see the real them, because you won't be around. You'll be off with another group of people.
But what do you mean? Because I don't know. Sometimes I feel like that's the problem. That's what I'm saying. Like sometimes like they want to sit around and have these conversations where it's like somebody's just outing themselves as an asshole, and we just need to move on. Like I just don't, because to me that almost feels like what they get. Like what they get is, oh well now, like, because I'm almost saying, because I think you're right, but that's what I don't know, because I feel like that's the problem. There's a difference between somebody who is like, all right, uncle, let me explain to you why it's not okay to ask people what gender they are or something, right? Like that's one thing. But again, there's a point where somebody is really on something, and I don't know, it just feels like, well, again, I think we're on the same page about this, actually. What I'm saying is, for some people, that's where it is. It's an opportunity to have a conversation. Right? Whereas for other people, it moves into the realm of, no, there's an issue here and we really need to address it. Other people move it into the realm of, it's a deal breaker. Because like James Apperson spoke to a situation, he's dating a young lady, she's kind of racist, there's a lot of racism in the area, he sees dude walking the wrong way.
Really?
Yeah, he wants to, not now, just previously, and he wants to help this guy out, and the young lady's stops all but short of saying, I'm not going to pick him up because he's black, right? Oh, you don't pick up black guys. And then so she goes on and on about her suspicion of why it's justified for her not to pick up a black guy. Now, look, I don't even remember how that particular story resolved itself, but at some point, it's like, these people have to face consequences. And I'm sorry, I just don't think we live in a world where this talking to is consequences. And I don't think with a lot of these people who are intelligent enough to know exactly what they're doing, that is really productive. I think what's actually happening sometimes is the person who would consider themselves the ally, somebody in the chat said performative allyship, feels better about themselves because they did something that was easy for them to do, have the conversation, rather than something that would be difficult for them to do, cut this person off so that they actually start to feel the consequences of their stance. And some people just will never do that because they don't have to, and that's kind of the point of the conversation. We're saying racism is harder for people of color, right? It's to say, I get that to you, this is just, you know, one of the cons, and then you got to balance it out, and the person has many pros, not you, my one black friend, but to a white ally, right? I get that to them, this is just they're a really great person, this is just a spot that needs some buffering out. Okay, but once we try to buffer it out, and we realize it ain't just a buffer, that's their new thing. Matter of fact, they about to make that patina the whole paint coat, right? A lot of people's like, oh, is that patina coming through? Let's buff that out. Let's get the little paint job going, because we don't want that patina to spread, right? But you were like, no, patina is the look, right? This is going to be covered in patina. I literally have a vehicle where patina is the look. Yes, it's going to hit you in the face with the patina every time you see it. Patina is the plan. It is a how to, and what are you going to do? You're going to have a whole YouTube feed and social media feed of how you create this patina card. That's this person now. I got a channel. Hey, this is the channel where I hate on people. Yeah, like even the political thing, like, I get that it's a separate channel, but that's not the answer. It's like Rebecca. It's more the confession, right? Rebecca used to come on atheist channels. Most of us didn't even know she had her own channel, talking about if only I could stop being a young earth creationist, I could just be one of the cool kids. When did we start to suspect that that was a tactic? When we realized that she had her own channel and all she did on her channel was apologetics. Now, when did we really know she was full of shit? When we realized we had a second channel that she rarely talked about on her first channel, dedicated to anti-evolution, called Examining Evolution. Now, no, right? Because now you are part of the empire. This is part of your grift. This is part of your game. You literally dedicated a channel to it. So it's the same thing with PineCreek. Yeah, you might say, oh, okay, I made a separate politics channel so that I could keep them separate. But all that is doing is acknowledging that you've said some stuff politically on this channel that is totally awful, right? And then rather than correcting yourself, you're merely like, oh, well, then let me just create a separate channel where that's all I do. That's not a solution. It doesn't help us. That makes the problem worse. You know, have a whole separate. No, it's not a solution. Really, you just have it. We just now, instead of having a sprinkle once in a while, now we have a whole PineCreek right-wing politics. That's all it is channel. How is that helping? This is what I'm talking about. We got to start to call out people when this is not working. And for this particular case, y'all, this is open and shut. Right? This is not there's a difference in this is what happens, if y'all watch the sentencing, y'all should watch sentencing hearings. Start to watch sentencing hearings. Why? Because judges have to take so much into account. And they have to decide the difference between, oh, you literally got fired this day, and then your boss not only fired you, he told you he's been sleeping with your mother, and that you a bitch, you ain't gonna do nothing about it. So you snapped, and then you drove your car through a parade, and you killed 14 people. Versus, you have extensive criminal history in 3 states. You have committed felony after felony and evaded court after court. You have been convicted of a series of violent crimes. And on top of that, you struck and killed 63 people in the middle of this parade. Then after that, you ran away from the police. Then you lied to your mother. Then you, right? Literally, that's literally the case, right? And so the sentence has to be different. What do you do in the second case? You throw the book at them on every single charge. Max sentence, every single charge. Why? When else are you going to do it? This is right? There comes a time you have to say this person woke up in the morning, planned to do the thing, did the thing, acknowledged the thing they did, and then they were like, guess what I'm going to keep doing? The thing. Oh, yeah, I'm going to set up a network to do the thing. I want more support to do the thing. Hey, will y'all support me on my new channel? Send me some super chats where I do the thing. All right, so when it's just time for consequences, y'all. It's just, that's it. It's either time for consequences or you don't think these things are consequential. And that's what we're here to talk about. When you're of a certain thing, if I say I'm pro LGBT, but when somebody acts anti-LGBT, I don't bring the consequence. I'm always going to be able to say, well, it doesn't affect me that much. Well, I don't think them, saying, calling you a faggot is I get that it's unfortunate. And I tried to talk to him about it, right? I tried to tell him it's not a nice thing to say to people, right? But, hey, I know there's no getting through to them, but you know what? Hey, look, when we play GTA with my club, they're a really good shooter. They're one of our best shooters. Like, what am I going to? No, we're kicking them out the club. We're kicking them out the club, right? Yeah, we're going to give them a chance to correct them, but we really find out, so-and-so's got some bigotry, poop, you're out the club. Because at some point, it's just got to be safety for the people we care about, and you're not safe. You got to go. Stop telling me, people got to stop telling me somebody's too cool to be cut off, because that's what I'm starting to hear. You're always going to be in a situation where the thing that you're trying to be an ally for does not hurt you as much as it hurts the people you're trying to be an ally for. But those people are never going to get what they need unless the people it doesn't affect bring the hammer when it comes to consequences. Or else it's never going to happen.
Well, there will always be, going back to my anthropology here, there are always going to be subcultures. There's going to be a Ku Klux Klan for a very long time. And before the Klan came along, those people just didn't meet in groups like they do with the Klan. They were always out there.
Always out
prejudice of this, prejudice of that, hating on these people, hating on that, you know. You can look at in this country the struggle that Jews and blacks have had, the struggle that the Irish had, the struggle that the Italians had. And to some degree, many of them were able to sort of assimilate to some degree into the culture and stop feeling the full might of the ire of the angry people. But there are still problems, right? Maybe, and I'm not Irish, so maybe the Irish still have it tough in some places, and maybe the Italians still have it tough in some places, and the blacks and the Jews have it tough in some places, but you know, and so on with the other ethnic groups. But although Judaism isn't an ethnic group, it's a religion. So, you know, there's different challenges that different groups face because there are those people out there who feel less than, so they need to make other people feel less than, or they're persecuted. So they feel persecuted because they just believe the wrong things, and other people say, you know, that belief isn't that good. And so now they're offended and they feel persecuted and they have to do something about it. As opposed to the thing to do from my standpoint is, well, examine that. Could it be true that you believe the wrong thing?
Absolutely.
And how is that affecting you in the daily life?
Cameron,
Because if you do believe the wrong thing, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Cameron Bennett said he wants you to see the stream. So Doug did a whole stream about me and you. He basically did a stream on his PineCreek politics. Yeah. And I didn't watch it because we were doing a stream about Doug when he did it. It's so, you know, it was one of those Inception type situations. But Cameron, if you find like a couple of timestamps or something, because I know you saw it, or anybody that saw it that can kind of give us some highlights, we might have time to pull up a couple of those. Otherwise, we'll share the link and maybe we'll watch it in time. I'm not sure how much time my one black friend has today. Also, I just turned my mic up at.
I have another 30 minutes.
He has another.
I'm going to be
minutes.
here till. Yeah, I'm going to be here till like 9 o'clock tonight.
And then Cameron said, people seem afraid to challenge Doug. They scared. And since it's not them, Doug gets a pass. Yeah, that's what I felt like in school. That was exactly. It's like, it's unfortunate, but he's not picking on me. So, and then AR said they don't want to lose their pine points. YouTube Punk said walking on eggshells, are they okay with it? UC Love said complacency makes them brave enough to walk the streets in plain view. Cameron Bennett also said he didn't watch all of it because it pissed me off. Yeah, I figured it's going to be so triggering for me. But here's the thing. Well, I'm sure he likes my one black friend more because of this thing we've been talking about, like with Robert Price, where you have more experience with Robert Price, so I got more direct experience with Doug, so of course I'm gonna react more emotional to Doug, and then Doug's gonna be able to say, well, look at my one black friend is so much more reasonable. But go ahead.
Can you go back to that YouTube Punk quote? I think it was complacency. Did YouTube Punk say that?
Yeah, that was UC Love. Complacency makes him brave enough to walk the streets and. Yeah, complacency makes them brave enough to walk the streets in plain view.
That is profound. And I think that has been a chief problem with societies around the world. Because, look, it's good for me. I'm sorry it sucks for you.
Sorry, absolutely.
But I don't see any of the problems that you're discussing. I don't know why you have it so bad. That's
100.
a shame.
100.
So I think that's a very profound thing to say.
Yeah, and it is. I 100% agree. And a couple things I wanted to touch on that might be relevant to this is I think it could be a lot of things. So number one, it could be a greater social pull. You know, some people just, let's face it, PineCreek's a much bigger streamer than we are. So for now, he's definitely got a way bigger audience. People have been watching him for a lot longer. And if people then feel like they've been able to become friends with him or get to know him, then I'm sure there's a bit of, pull there, right? You feel a desire to want to maintain a bond with somebody you've been a fan of for a long time. I also think there's probably a certain degree of, like we said, it's not happening to them, and it's limited allyship, right? It's, somebody blowing up your house is not going to stop me from sleeping tonight. It's the unfortunate reality that we live in, but it is something we need to be critical of, especially when we're dealing with minority or marginalized groups, because we're never going to have the strength in numbers without coalitions, right? That's why allyship was important to me, because the LGBT folks are never going to have enough numbers that if it's a numbers game, they're going to get what they need. So number one, everybody needs to be on board with them and shape-shifting the conversation so that it's no longer a numbers game. It can't be about, if they're small in numbers, it doesn't matter. It has to be, if it's affecting people, it's affecting people. And then it has to be definitely a coalition of other marginalized groups. Because if I don't come to your aid when they come for you, then I can't expect you to come for my aid when they come for me. So
that person may not be there anymore.
Yeah, exactly. May not be exactly. So that's why I take that type of stuff. That's why when PineCreek asked me what he did to upset me, LGBT was out my mouth. The class stuff was out my mouth. All that stuff was out my mouth before I even got to racism. Oh, racism is just the thing you did today to piss me off, right? Because I heard them doing all them other things, and they were like, way too far, nope, way too far, nope. And then he came for race, and I was like, well, I do happen to be one of your black people who know you, so I can speak to that. Now I can't call in about them other things, but we were just as mad. We watched some things and gathered, and we were absolutely livid. But here's the other thing. Maybe it's a usefulness. Some of what I had to deal with particular guys I didn't like in high school, where they had a particular social status that was people wanted to benefit from, right or wrong, right? And so I joked about it's unfortunate if you're stuck in the orbit of PineCreek because he's not about community. You better be stuck in the orbit of a community that actually cares about that. But I think some people have different expectations. So I never really seen PineCreek help a channel, but I kind of assumed he'd try to be helpful to us, if nothing else, because there's both of us here and he likes you or whatever. But, that didn't pan out, and it came to be pretty clear to most people that Doug's not really trying to help anybody. Now, I think, and that includes Derek, right, from Mythvision, but I think he sees things as a little bit different if he quote unquote knows you or thinks of you as a friend. So he's clearly different with Nate, Digital Gnosis. And I think maybe some of our other mutual friends that are like his card playing buddies or whatever, maybe anticipate that they'll get more support from Doug than we get, because he calls in the Nitty's channel, and so maybe the deal is, well, he'll be more helpful to them than he was to us, because, and again, that's this other filter that feels great to us but is a bit weird, right? And that ties into religion, right? People know gods, they're real strict, mean, summon a bitch, but if Daddy loves you, right? If Daddy loves you, then you're safe. And it's really unfortunate that he goes around smiting everybody else, right? But You know, he gonna make sure you got your place in the kingdom. So, you know, like you said, it's unfortunate. But hey, it's all hail the algo. It's all in the YouTube game. So I don't know. I just wanted to add those nuances, that all those other things that could be placed that don't require any malintent on anybody's half, but could just be sort of part of the natural social dynamics of the situation, for lack of a better way to put it.
Well, for you, Pocket Locker, in this hot program we have, maybe the best idea is to let Doug go.
Oh,
any
yeah,
expectations, any expectations of Doug to be let go as well. And if he wasn't a topic on this show, that's okay, right? And he'd be okay with that too. I think our viewers, if we no longer had any PineCreek style content or whatever, but you still wanted to do the Cult of the Flying Man, that would be okay as well.
Sure,
I don't
sure.
think anybody's going to get upset about us moving on.
No, I don't either. It's just it's just been some of these other things thinking through. I think part of that will be, there will probably be, like I said from the situation before, mutual friends that I'm not as close to, and I hope they understand that, right? Like, I hope they.
Well, you got to reach out to those friends. I have a friend.
That's a good point.
I have a friend who's been worried about me because he knows how much time I've been putting in and how hard I've been working and all that stuff this year. You know, but he does a better job of calling me than I do calling him. So he's reaching out. Haven't heard from you. You okay? Do you need anything? How's it going? What's wrong?
Right.
That sort of thing. You can be that guy, because for a lot of people, I'm that guy. He's just better at it than me, and he does it for me.
Sure.
So, you have to realize that that's a good thing. If you want to be there for people, do it. If you want to walk away from some people whose attitudes you cannot support, do it. That's what I did with Christianity. I read the Bible like, this God, if he were real, I could not possibly support him in any way that I see here.
Yeah.
There's some things I still do that a Christian could say, well, that's very Christian of you. Like, look, just because you guys wrote it in a book a few thousand years ago doesn't mean somebody else didn't write it in a book or speak it a few thousand years before that. They don't have a monopoly on good deeds.
Yeah. So what do you think about this in sort of a bigger picture, like in general, right? Because I feel like this is sort of relevant on a lot of these broader issues, especially the more, hate to say it, but the more culture war topics, right? Where I hate to say, we are in the middle of a culture war. We might not want to be or wish to be, but we are on everything. LGBT, marriage, voters' rights, reproductive rights, evolution, whatever it might be. So what do you do? Because I think we're in a time where I see the battle lines as drawn very clearly. I also see there's no way around there being battle lines. I'm not one of these, let's find the middle, let's work together, let's all be... Because I just don't think that's going to happen. And I think it's such a mistake. It's such a mistake to not recognize an enemy that has ill intent for you. It's so... You just ought to... If you've never experienced this, folks, you just ought to believe me. There are some people who have no good intents for you. Like, there are some people, they are literally, and I mean this sincerely, folks, because you're an atheist, they are praying for your downfall, okay? And because I care about you, I don't want you walking into those people's tents at night expecting cookies and milk, because I think you'll get an arrow through the neck.
I'll say this.
What's up, Derek? Thanks for coming through. Appreciate you. Go ahead, my own.
Hey, man. This I discovered a long time ago. A person who is trying to wound someone else will never do the same amount of hurt that person can do to themselves, unless it's physical, right? If it's just all up here and it's like that guy throwing insults at me, you know, I must have been hit in the head one too many times. What do we get? What do I get out of hurling an insult back? Nothing. Now, if I want to demonstrate as I did, like, look, there's some problems with what you said, and it looks like you're not aware of them. He's still not going to change. But you have to remember, these days, if it's social media, the conversation is often public.
Right.
And a person who might have agreed with him sees my response, the way that I responded, not just in a way that's kind, but in a way that shows, hey, there's some holes in your thinking. Let me point out what those are. There's some stuff you don't know. And I'm an atheist, and I'm going to say this again, folks. I apologize if you're hearing this again. I'm an atheist who tells Christians, I'll buy you a Bible. If you want. I'll buy you one. So I set aside a couple $100 to buy people Bibles. I've been saying this for 4 months. Not one person has come forward saying, you know what, I'll take that Bible. Again, not even just so I'm out the money, right? The $35, $40 it takes to get them a decent Bible shipped to their front door. So what does that tell me? Either they've already got one, or they just wanted to be clever and like, I'm going to get one on this dude, ha ha ha, or something like that. That's probably the likelihood, one of those two things.
Thanks, Derek. Derek, there was John for comments. I just want to say I appreciate that, Derek, and really appreciate the compliments. And we got to get you in Gather, man. Either to just call in, you can call in if you want, or to
how was
play
Israel?
some to play some Call of Duty in here. But yeah, man, this is
how was Israel? Did he get his computer? You know.
Yeah. Need a update. But yeah, I really I appreciate you having this conversation with me. It's something that I think it's a really important opportunity to think about, right? Uncle Bobby makes me think about this even with women, right? To the extent that, there's another, power dynamic there where he's always like, do you have a penis between your legs? Congratulations, you're a misogynist. But it's a situation where we've all have to think about, am I going to, really call it out and say things when people say and do things that are problematic towards any group. I think I'm also sort of self-identifying myself as really socially and politically conscious. Like I don't I almost don't like to use the term political because I feel like when people say they're into politics, they're like describing their favorite ice cream flavor. Like, oh yeah, when I wake up in the morning, I like 2 scoops of cherry with a little bit of politics in there, and I get that. That's fine. But for me, it's more of an awareness, and it's more of your family's been heavily involved in it, and you've done a lot of that work. And so, same way I felt about the church, you feel like it's really important mission stuff, and it's critical to people's lives. So, I'm sort of identifying myself as somebody who like. You probably got to be careful around politically because I love to break down the game with you, but this isn't a game to me type of person, right? And you got to be careful when you're around those people because we're not playing, right? Like, and sometimes, this ain't cards, right? There's real people's lives at stake. We're not playing over chump change, perfect example, like I've been talking a little bit about this Brittany Griner situation. But here's this generational athlete woman, but, she's black and lesbian and non-gender conforming and all of this stuff. And we're optimistic that we could get her out of this. You know, for those that don't know, she's an international superstar basketball player. She got caught with some marijuana vape pens in a Russian airport, and now she's sentenced to 9 years in prison, and she's in some sort of awful Russian penal colony. Oh, okay. I know what's a good idea. Let's trade her for a white guy known as the Merchant of Death. Right? This is why you can't do thought experiments about crime rates and Democratic parties and tying it to skin color unless you know what the hell you're talking about. Unless you're some sort of sociologist, you need to shut up. Because we live in a world today, right now, where our generational black talents who happen to be non-straight and all of that, their lives are being horse traded for white dudes called the Merchant of Death because they're famous international arms dealers. So, yeah, I'm gonna tell you exactly where you can stick your thought experiment, right? Because that's the reality I'm living in. That's where my frame of reference is when I have these conversations. Is
well, the amazing thinking going on there is saying, well, she's a sports star. Can we get somebody notorious for her? They're trying to trade up in their point of view.
Yeah, it's
or they're admitting we don't have anyone more palatable to you than this. This is the best we can do.
It's really an incredible situation. But again, of course, free Britney, right? We want her home and she needs to be home. But it just goes to show, because again, they wouldn't be trading Brett Favre or something like that for the Merchant of Death. They just wouldn't. It would just
not
be
now.
It'd be a no. Yeah, it'd be a no go. You know, so it just shows you like our bodies are used as tools and chips in a game, and it's just a serious thing, and everybody needs to think about this because there are limits, right? I am not going to donate half my groceries to starving children in Kenya today. I am not going to quit my job and go work at historically black college tomorrow. So what I'm saying is there are limits to all of our allyship. I just think it's important that we start to be aware of them and have maybe more meaningful conversations about it, because it's kind of nice to know who's who and where people are at. It's nice to know if you're the type of person that you have the right opinion on something. That's cool. That's better than the person who has the wrong opinion. It's nice to know if you're the type of person that is willing to give money to the cause or give time to the cause. And quite frankly, there are just causes that I don't care about. You know, everybody has strengths and weaknesses, passions and dispassions, things you're interested in, things you're not interested in. I know that there's a lot of really important fights out there in the overall push for progress and equity that I'm not a strong enough ally on because I don't have the interest. Now, I would hope to improve in that and grow in that way when it comes to my attention, but I'm certainly aware of that. So I don't think a person's evil to have these limits. I just think it's good to think about them.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah,
something in the comment section.
No. That's it. I'm good. Do you have anything? I know you want to. I know you got to get out of here soon. So I want to make sure.
I get my coat. My office is like windows on two sides, and it's effing freezing in here. It's got to be like 39 degrees outside.
Yeah, I've got the heater,
which
on,
is not
space
freezing
heater.
technically. I know.
Yeah, it's cold. Yeah, it's cold in Michigan.
I told my assistant, I told her to buy one for our office. But she'll do it. She'll get around to it. But to sum things up, I guess, from my viewpoint, let Doug, let the PineCreek channel go.
Yeah. I think a lot of us are on.
You did okay with Price. You let that go.
Yeah, we let that. But that was sort of the question I had, and it's interesting that Derek's in the chat. And if I did get Derek, if Derek did call in, that's what I was going to ask him about. Is, and in some sense, it almost feels unfair to Derek because it's like Derek got really held to the fire for what Dr. Price did, and I think what we've identified is. It feels like people are much more careful with Doug. They're walking on eggshells. They don't want to call him out, or at least they don't want to respond as harshly. A lot of people, not everybody, and that's fine. But I did notice that it came up in our conversation earlier because we played one of Derek's clip, and it triggered my memory of the Robert Price thing. So it was just an interesting thing. But I'm with you. Go ahead.
One of the reasons people not want to let go may be because it's like they're letting go part of themselves, meaning their opinions are so close to what they hear, which is why they're there, right? That if they step away, they're sort of acknowledging that they are wrong. They don't want to be accomplices, right? They want to just listen and, again, just enjoy what the UC's quote, their complicitness or complacence. They want to enjoy that.
Right.
But if you have to admit that if Doug is wrong, you're admitting that Doug is wrong. You're also admitting that you could be wrong, or that you are indeed wrong about your points of view. And sometimes that's hard to take for people.
Well, to be honest, that is sort of what I was feeling, where I got to a point where, because I've heard this other stuff, right? I've heard the LGBT stuff. I've heard his political stuff. I've heard his thought experiment. And I've kind of just said, I don't like this. I don't like that. And I've had stuff to say, but I've been busy and whatever. And I don't watch as much as I used to and all of this stuff. And then I just kind of tuned in just to I haven't listened to PineCreek on Theist Thursday in a while. Let me see what's up. So I just shared the link there for you if you want to check it out on your own time. But and that's exactly what I came to. I literally felt myself saying, okay, I can't watch this anymore. And I literally unsubscribed on the channel and said to YouTube, don't show this on my front page. Like, don't recommend this to me anymore. And then I felt like, but people think I'm his friend. And he's called me a friend. Now, I don't think we're friends. I don't think we ever were friends. But he has used both of our names when referring to his black friends, which is probably problematic anyway.
He has to use friend when referring to me.
Yeah, same here, but clearly doesn't think about his black friends. So I felt the need to take it a step further and say, hey, I'm like disappointing it to you. Like this hurts me, this upsets me. And then I think from there, everybody started to think that it was like, it just kind of unfolded from there, I guess I should say. But yeah, I'm with you. It's definitely time to let go of. But I found myself in the position you speak of, and that's what led to this whole thing, right? Was I was doing exactly what you said. Was I was just like, at some point I'm supporting this, right? Because at some point I'm still watching, I'm still sending super chats, I'm looking the other way or whatever, and I just don't want to do that anymore, And I've just had enough. Also, I felt like I've outgrown it, right? I've done the fun. I don't get much from Counter-Apologetics, to be honest with you, right? Because the religion isn't changing, so we're responding. So what we're doing in response isn't changing too much. People are still finding ways to grow and make good content. Derek's, an amazing example of that. But I'm not gonna lose anything in my intellectual quiver, so to speak, if I drop a Counter-Apologetic channel off my list. It's just, I'm good. We've already gotten what we need from that. We've sucked the juice out of that fruit, particular piece of fruit.
Yeah, and I need $1,600 in car parts, so I'll save
link in the description. You know,
I think if my next project is in California, I might start a channel where I talk about the finance side of restoring a vehicle, restoring or modifying vehicles, because I think that could be fun. And I have an excellent 57 Chevy truck with a remarkable patina.
With a remarkable patina, yeah. All right, man. Well, we'll let you get to it. Thanks for coming through. Okay. I'll probably, I think I'm going to hang in here till 6 or so. I've got the MC stuff going on. But yeah, all right, man. We'll see you later. I'm going to pop out of here actually as well, just for a second, because I want to show Derek the Flying Man University. I think we've still got him in chat. So, but yeah, thanks so much, and we'll see you next week.
See you next week, and thanks for this video link. I'm going to check it out.
All right, yeah, for sure.
Everybody, take care of yourselves.
And the rest of the gang,
Who's already saying bye?
All right, see you later. Yeah, see you later. So the rest of you guys in Gather, I'll be right back.
Hey, man! This makes
I'll be back in a minute or so. I just want to show Derek what we've got set up at the Flying Man University. So yeah, Derek, I'm hoping we could do a class. I know you're doing one with Dr. Carey or whatever. Well, we talked about doing some classes. What the hell? Why am I not? Go home. What's taking you so long? What's up, dog? All right. But yeah, we've got this set up. So here's a Flying Man University. We got this whole gather set up for doing fun stuff. Let's see, where's it drop me? All right, so this is actually my classroom. This is what the classrooms look like that I haven't gathered. This is what I teach. This is where I teach. I don't know where my keyboard's acting up right now. There we go. All right, so yeah, I actually teach in here. These are spotlight tiles. I come in here. All of my students have spotlight tiles under their desk. So when they're in here, it basically looks like a normal Zoom meeting where we all have a big, it's like a normal Zoom class where we have panel discussions. And I can just talk to them, share my screen or anything I need to do. This projector can be used for videos and stuff like that. But yeah, mostly this is like our lecture area. And then this is good for synchronous classes, obviously, when you have a meeting time. And then these are breakout rooms. You guys know Zoom breakout rooms. I'm sure you probably use them. They basically are private rooms. Those of you that use Gather know how the private table areas work. So it's the same functionality in the classroom. This is a Pomodoro timer. You guys know I'm really big into Pomodoro timers when you're working. So you're doing group work. You start with a work period. You can put here what you need to do during that time. You can add a task or whatever. Just it helps you stay productive, right? You can say, hey, during this time we need to write introduction. All right, and then share introduction with class. Okay, boom, save. All right, now we're working on it. Can even divide it up or whatever, because you can put in the estimated times and how many Pomodoros you'll need. So you can say, oh, sharing the introduction, or this is only going to take, you can say this is going to take 2 periods or 3 periods, so it keeps you on track. But this is only going to take 1 period. And so this just helps you stay organized as you're working. Then you go to a short break, usually 5 minutes. Then you go back, you do another 25 minutes, another short break, another 25 minutes. And then you normally do a longer break after 3 or 4 rounds. You'll take a 15 or 20 minute break. But this is so that if they're doing group work or whatever, if they want to use their timers, Rob, my teaching mentor, encourages our students to use them when they're writing their blogs and stuff. So you guys know I have them in the office. I encourage people in the office to use them. I use them when you guys watch my coding streams. You see me use the Pomodoro timer. So we have them in each of the breakout rooms. There's also whiteboards. Some of you guys have seen the whiteboards. The whiteboards are really cool. They're just shared whiteboards that everybody sees together. You can share documents and attach stuff to them. You can put shapes on them. Can draw. They're pretty cool. Free draw. Woo! All right, boom. All right, now, God, I gotta remember how to clear this thing. Undo. Boom. Undo works. All right, so you got cool whiteboards. You can change colors, all sorts of stuff. They're really nice. And then I have another thing here. So when I go up here, I can talk to everybody in the classroom. I can, like even when they're in their breakout rooms, I can use either spotlight tile for that. And I can talk to them all if I need to give them added instructions or tell them to take their break or whatever. And then this is my desk. This is another private area. When my students if they want to ask me a one-on-one question or something like that, they can come over. It forms a private room. It's only like me and them can hear each other. I have another Pomodoro timer chilling here at my desk if I want to work while my students are working or keep track of their group timing. And then this is cool. I have these little tabs. These are for checking in with groups. So as you see, if I go through the tab, it lights up that room. So when I go to this tab, it makes me part of that group. So when I want to check in with groups, I normally float just because I'm an old school teacher, and I think it kind of helps them to like see me kind of coming over and going from group to group or whatever. But a lot of times if I just want to check in with a group quickly or follow up on something, I just go to these tabs. Boom. All right, let's check in with group 4. Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Do you guys have any other questions? Blah, 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 blah. Cool. All right, back to my desk. All right, cool. Checking on group 6. So I love this. My students love it. I've decorated this room. Most of the classrooms are pretty plain, but I've decorated mine. I teach biology, so I put like little koi ponds and, little biology stuff, make it look like a biology classroom. And then also we work with Avita Ed, which is a computational software. My students, they always have to work on their Avita. They need to be using their Avita. So I have little laptops on the work areas and laptops on their desks that I added. That way, it kind of looks like they're working on their laptops because they're working on their laptops. So it just kind of gives the aesthetic. But yeah, it's just how I chose to decorate this particular classroom. And this is what the plain ones look like. You can see it's pretty much the same setup. It just doesn't have the decorations. And then also, there's no spotlight tiles under these. Or maybe I added them. Did I add them? Oh, yeah, we added them. All right, cool. So, yeah, I did add them. So, yeah, so then these rooms work. We have all these other rooms. But, yeah, that's what's going on at Flying Man U. We've got the classrooms. Speaking of Flying Man U, some of you guys have been following along with my class. This week, we will get back to the Avita Ed exercises and reading Tower of Babel, my teaching mentor's book. So if you want to grab Tower of Babel, now's the time to do it. Get it this week. I've been needing to catch up on some other work and focus on my manuscript and my project. So, but yeah, now that it's the break, we have the Thanksgiving break coming up this week, and I want to make sure we get through that stuff. So that's the game plan. But yeah, I put the pool in here. I added a bunch of stuff. It was just classrooms in the study area when I got this, so I added all this stuff. I added the pool. I added this track you can run around in. It kind of works like Mario Kart, where you get a little boost for hitting the arrows, and then you gotta actually avoid the hurdles. You want to like avoid the hurdles like this. You avoid the hurdles because they'll slow you down. All right, anyway. Little gather. See, this makes you go the other way. But yeah, that's just what we got going on. We got a whole legit ass university setup. This is just have fun, run around, do some social stuff, race or whatever. I don't care. This is an auditorium. So if we have bigger groups or bigger classes, people can come here and chill in the auditorium. It makes one big room. And then people can come stand up here and ask questions. You can also have panel discussions up here and stuff like that. So if we do a bigger class, you can do it in the auditorium or a lecture. Pomodoro timers here in the game room. We also added a small gaming room here for the students. Anybody that's taking a class can come in the gaming room. Gather games are actually really, really great. Really, really great. I put a little dive bar. This is just to have a little fun place to play some more games. Let me get out of here. Oops. Whoop. Wrong tile. There we go. I hit it again. All right. And then there's pool. You can play 8-ball pool on your phone, or you can play pure pool if you've got the Steam app. That's what we have. But yeah, you can add a friend and play some pool. There's a jukebox. I got to put music over here at this jukebox, but this actually is functional. And then, God, there's so much here. I love it. All right, another game room. And a lot of you guys don't know this, but you guys see me and Cliff meeting in the virtual evolution lab. It's actually connected. It's actually connected to the university, right? So this is the room I usually meet Cliff in. All right, cool. I'm going to go back to, there's also like a water feature outside and some other stuff. But yeah, I just kind of wanted to show that off for some of you guys that haven't seen the Flying Man University. I'm going to go back to the ranch. All right, so here we go. Carrie Ann and AR here with me. I'm gonna throw up another couple hands of Pinochle before 6 while I wait. All right, who needs to be muted? I need to go here. Mute Myron bot. All right, here we go. Wait, why did it not finish the game I was playing? Uh-oh. I went out too far. My bad. Now I gotta meet Myron Bot all over again. AR, wait, let me fix this first. AR, can you hear me? AR might be playing Pac-Man or something. Why am I hearing that go again? Oh no, there it goes. We're good. Yeah, I just thought it was gonna pick up the game I had left off. Now I'm hearing echo again. That really bothers me. All right. I don't know why I didn't say that. Oh, I think I left the table or closed the game before. Well, no worries. All right, gang. Same deal. Why am I'm echoing in Gather again. It's really frustrating. Myron Bot's muted. Close this. Just in case. Now, I don't know why it would echo. All right, boom. Here we go. Let's do it. Yeah, no, it's fine. All right, 2, 4, 6. Just counting my Mel. Queen of Spades, Jack of Diamonds, 10. 18 with Kings. 22 with Jacks. All right. So my partner bid 50, right? That's saying they're in. They got a decent Trump suit, but they're asking me to send them meld. This person passed. I'm gonna bid 52. Now, if you notice something, everything is contextual. You got to think about information, something we call information advantage. Basically, these two have already passed, so it changes the context of my meld. my bid because there's no longer any point in sending my partner meld. Now, a lot of you be like, send your partner 20 meld, but at this point, they've passed and they've passed. So the only reason for me to bid now would be against my own partner to resolve captaincy, to say, I actually want to determine what Trump is, so let me bid over you with the 51. Even though I have 20 meld, I'm not going to send them 20 meld. Why? Because these two have already passed, so why would I make the bid higher than it needs to be? You either bid 51 or don't bid at all, unless you have a required Trump. Now, what I'm gonna do in this case is I'm just gonna pass because I don't have a strong Trump suit. I don't have a long suit. I don't have all the I don't have a run here where if I named Trump I would add. So there's no reason. I'm just gonna pass. So now my partner makes Trump diamonds. Their diamonds are shit. I don't know why. They must be long in diamonds because they don't have a lot of meld. But that's okay. I got at least 20, so we have 32 meld, so we're good. We just got to save our normal 20. They've got 32 meld. What did they have, a double Pinochle? Yeah. And 2 hearts marriages over here. All right, let's get it done. Get her done. All right, watch the count. What's the count, y'all? 0, 0, 1, 0. I accidentally played the right card. I didn't mean to hit that card, but I played the right card. 0, 0, 2, 0. We're just counting the aces. Remember the system. I go clubs, diamonds, spades, hearts. And we're counting every ace only after it hits the board. So there's 4 aces of every suit. So we're at 0, 0, 3, 0. I'm playing points to my partner. I'm not crazy about them playing all their aces like that, but that's fine. 0, 0, 3, 0. I gotta play off. Count still 0, 0, 3, 0. Count still 0, 0, 3, 0. Now it's 1, 0, 3, 0. 2, 0, 3, 0. 3, 0, 3, 0. 3, 0, 3, 0. 3, 0, 3, 1. 3, 0, 3, 2. 3, 0, 3, 3. Count is 3, 0, 3, 3. 3, 0, 3, 3. What am I doing? There. Mm. 3, 0, 4, 0? Four zero 4-0. Play king. I don't even care about getting in. This is Trump. I don't have any fucking winners. Screw it. Let's play. I think it's 4-0-4-4. I think I lost count of the hearts. I'm just gonna play off. Now I'm forced to play that. I think it's like 4-2-4-4. All right, let's go with non-pointer. I don't want to play Trump. Let's do that. The Rest of mine. All right, cool. We're good to go. 61. Now we save the hand. Always save our hands. You don't actually have to always save them, but I think you should. It's a study tool when you're playing against a computer. 541. Yeah, it's this one. All right, rename it. 11, 20, 22. What's the timestamp? 1741. Always use military time. Let's do it again. Count our marriages. 2, 4, 6. All right. Single Pinochle, that brings us to 10. We have Jacks, 14. All right, perfect. Now, my partner passed. This person bid 51. I've only got 14 in meld. I don't have any power. Less than 20 meld, no power. I do not think this is a biddable hand. I'm going to just pass. They're going to take the bid. Running diamonds. Partner has aces. Let's move on. We're not going to focus too much on meld right now. I mean, I do when I'm looking at it, but I want you guys to focus on counting aces. 0, 0, 1, 0. One, 0, 1, 0. 1, 0, 1, 1. 1, 0, 1, 2. 1, 0, 1, 3. 1, 0, 1, 3. 2, 0, 1, 3. 2, 0, 1, 3. 2, 1, 1, 3. 2, 1, 1, 3. All right, let's get rid of all these damn losers. 2, 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 3. 2, 1, 2, 4. 3, 1, 2, 4. 4, 1, 2, 4. 4, 1, 3, 4. 4, 1, 4, 4. 4, 1, 4, 4 means all of the aces are played except the trump aces. We'll get one here. 4, 2, 4, 4. 4, 3, 4, 4. All the aces are played. 4, 4, 4, 4. We won't see any other aces hit the board. All right. Now, y'all notice we're not paying too much attention to the score or the play, but we did a good job that time of keeping the count of the aces, and that's all that matters. All right. Because that's a separate pinochle skill, and that's what we're practicing. Gonna rename this 11, 20, 22, 17, 45. So the bids are in ones, not tens. The bids start at 50. They go up by 1 from 50 to 60. After 60, they go up by 5. After 100, they go up by 10. So the bids depend on what range you're in. By ones, 50 to 60. By fives, over 60. By tens, over that. Normally, you'll get a strategy that'll tell you about bidding when you read up on Pinochle. Look, here's a whole forum on it. My principles on bidding. Here you go. So this is a great article on bidding. I shared this with Carrie Ann. Where's the stream? I don't have the stream up. Oh, yeah, I do. All right. All right, guys. I'm gonna play this real quick because I need to take a quick little restroom break. I'll be right back.
Howdy, folks, and welcome back to What the Hell is Going On the Internet. I'm sure that a lot of you know by now that Elon Musk purchased Twitter at the end of October. And it's really been the talk of the town for what some people might consider ass clown behavior. But first, if you're new to the channel, you look really good. But if you're subscribed, you're dummy thick. So subscribe to be dummy thick instantly. It'll happen, I promise. So let's get into it. If you don't know, somehow Elon Musk purchased Twitter for just an asinine amount of money. Just buku bucks. Which is fine, it's his money. Every now and then I splurge on some new posters, so I get it. And everyone's been talking about how he's just been wrecking it. Just taking Twitter for a nosedive into the Marianas Trench. The thing is that I'm just not convinced that it was in its heyday. Like, this isn't peak Vine. Twitter was never the creme de la creme of social media. As far as I was tracking, it was just unanimously hated. As far as I knew, it was the toxic headquarters of the internet, but maybe I'm just on the wrong side of the web. So after spending the cost of a month of cable TV, Musk just started firing people left and right.
Anyway, I started blasting. Bang!
But one of my favorite things about the entire situation is that Musk has been exhibiting just absurdist behavior. And let's be honest, a lot of fans have seen Musk Daddy as the meme lord for the last couple of years. But people have gotten so used to it, to the point that when this TikToker uploaded a video claiming he had been fired from Twitter via a meme featuring Musk himself, people believed it. Hell, I believed it. I'm not gonna lie, when I first saw it, no skeptical part of my internet sleuthing brain fired off any warning signs. I thought that this was real.
It's pretty ridiculous. I've worked at Twitter for over 5 years. I'm an engineer. And I was not fired on a phone call. I was not fired at an in-person meeting. I wasn't even fired over text message. No, I was fired over email. And I'm going to show you the email that Hannah, the new HR director, or whatever the hell she is, sent me this morning, letting me know I was fired. So here's the email that Hannah sent me.
And that's part of the criticism as well. Not that anybody can just pay for the verified check mark. A lot of people are really concerned about misinformation on Twitter. He's even got some mixed results on his policy on freedom of speech, saying that the new Twitter policy is freedom of speech, not freedom of reach, and that he will be hiding negative comments. Among some of the criticism on his stance on freedom of speech has been the reinstatement of a lot of Twitter accounts that were previously banned. Folks like Babylon B, Jordan Peterson, and most recently, Donald Trump. The biggest concern from a lot of people, I guess myself included, is that it's going to be hard to come back from this for Twitter considering they laid off the majority of their employees. And following the layoffs, he gave an ultimatum to the ones that were still remaining, saying that they would be working a lot of high-intensity, long hours, and they should just leave if they're not willing to do that. So they did. Because he has a vision and wants to create Twitter 2.0. Whatever the hell that means. For now, they said that offices are going to be closed until November 21st as of the time of this recording, most likely to figure out a lot of those internal issues and recoup the loss of all of those employees. Because while he wants to create a bigger, better Twitter 2.0, it's going to be really hard with nobody working on it. There's even some word around the grapevine that he might be looking for somebody to replace him so that he can step back a little bit and just be the idea man. Which is probably the move. I'm sure he has a lot on his plate. Or maybe he just didn't realize the amount of time and effort that a project like this would take. Again, I think a lot of the problems that people have with Twitter and the idea of misinformation were things that were there before Elon took over. Sure, maybe now you can pay for a check mark and seem a little bit more reputable, but now it's also just common knowledge that you can buy the check mark so everyone knows that you should take it with a grain of salt. And it's not like verified people weren't lying before. At the end of the day, maybe it's the final nail in the coffin for Twitter, but it's not the beginning of the descent. It's a lot like putting wasabi on a turnip. Like, it wasn't really delicious before, but now it's just a weird combination and it tastes a hell of a lot worse. At the end of the day, misinformation is always going to be a problem on the internet because you can just say anything. And very few people are going to fact check. I mean, look at that viral TikTok. So many people believed him because it made some sense, and why wouldn't they? I don't know, let me know what you think. Is this really the final nail in the coffin for Twitter, or was it ever really great to begin with? Maybe I just didn't use it enough and realize how amazing it was. But let me know in the comments what you think, because I don't know everything, I hardly know anything. So thank you once again for all of the support over here, and if you like the video, consider liking, commenting, sharing it with your grandmother if she's still alive, and if not, may she rest in peace. And remember to subscribe to the channel to be instantly dummy thick.
This is what I'm gonna start doing, y'all. I'm gonna start doing 5-minute videos, y'all. This your boy Pocket Locker, and I think Elon Musk is an idiot. All right, y'all, peace up out of here. Nah, but for real though, I do think Elon Musk is an idiot. The plug story kind of pisses me off because, like Sony, I think it's a very anti-consumer move. Sony basically comes up with proprietary versions of everyday plugs just to make sure that only Sony things plug into Sony things. And if it wasn't for the fact that all my friends play PlayStation and Sony makes incredible products, I wouldn't own anything made by Sony, but here we are. But yeah, it fucking sucks. There are 48 counters in Pinochle. So probably maybe, I don't know, maybe 25 in a single deck in the one premium, but in a double deck, there's 50 points, 48 pointers, 16 aces, kings, and tens, because it's a double deck, and then there's a 2-point premium, a 2-point premium for the last trick. Apple does the same thing. Yeah, they're all very bad about that. It's really anti-consumer, and it's not even I don't know, it's just anti-technology, right? Because what we should do is work towards, you know, things like those standard USB-Cs and USB-As and stuff like that, because then the interchangeability is amazing. You know, you could take the same power strip and be like, oh, I need a USB strip for my phone. All right, cool. Stick it in my laptop. All right, cool. Put it in my gaming console. Great. You know, so yeah, we got to start really taking this type of stuff seriously, especially because the economy is so fucking crazy. And so all of these things where it's like, oh, I got to have 3 separate fucking shits, 3 separate accessories, 3 different dongles because my laptop, my phone, and my tablet won't use the same connector. It's a whole lot of people wasting a whole lot of money. It's a waste of development and, you know, product time developing something that's anti-consumer that is just purposely designed to then waste massive amounts of money. And I get that people are trying to make money, but that's not the way to do it. All right, guys, I'm going to call it. I've got a GTA church starting here at 6. I want to make sure I'm on time for that. But I plan to get out of there about 7 or 8 or so. I'll be in Gather. I'm going to stay in Gather. And then we will be in Gather tonight for Sunday Night Football. Please do join us. We'll be gaming, watching Sunday Night Football, eating, chilling, drinking, smoking, doing what we do. Then we will probably be watching some TV. We've been watching Cheers. We've also been watching Weeds. Some of y'all fool been out here smoking weeds, but you ain't never seen Weeds. And man, y'all young, man. I got to put y'all on all these TV shows y'all ain't seen. So we're having a ton of fun with that. And then, of course, we're going to head into the feature movies of the night. I've got some great features on my playlist. And then we're going to do overnight movies. So we kind of do features up front, you know, like a movie or two that's really, really super good. And then we do an overnight playlist of, you know, random interesting movies, TV shows, concerts, gaming, whatever the fuck. It's kind of like the casino vibe. But, yeah, man, appreciate everybody. Hot Program was really fun today with my one black friend. I done fucked around, and I forgot to actually end Hot Program. So all this extra stuff has been on Hot Program. That's okay. So bonus Hot Program. If you're used to watching me on Hot Program, come on over, subscribe to Pocket Locker 86. But yeah, thanks everybody for watching Hot Program. Like I said, Uncle Bobby had to travel today, or get ready to travel today or something. So we didn't do the blackout, but I anticipate 1 p.m. Eastern next Sunday we'll be doing the blackout. I've got some great footage lined up to review with Uncle Bobby. I've also want to say that next Sunday at 3:30 we'll be doing another episode of Hot Program. And like I said, come link up with the gang and gather. Otherwise, I will be back tomorrow. What are we going to do tomorrow? The same thing we do every day. We are taking over the internet. In the name of the Darwin, the Dawkins, and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof!
Whoa. Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on collars. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Shut the John on them jets cause we wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island, moment of silence. So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said, you the man, son, you got this. Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics. Seen a change in the game, had to coach it. Never let them take my wangs in the mold, bitch. Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute, just the front, nigga. Goddamn. Had to grow up quick, I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody who losing. I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG prescriptions, put rebel shit on the map. Took a leap from where I started at. Started ballin' now, I'm Chris Paul and Cass. Got him steady calling for the mold, but I'm on a roll, gotta call him back. And that's all fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or under the seat in front of you. All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be clear. All electronic devices should now be turned off and stowed, as they may interfere with the aircraft's navigational and communication systems. Once airborne, we'll let you know when you may use approved electronic devices, but note that some items may not be used at any time during the flight.